All right, we're live on YouTube. Let me recap our today command. Uh, we basically first tried the front end bit for Lobster's interaction, which is pretty awesome. I'm pretty sure we aren't tracking the latest comment slash post, which means we're getting duplicates. So we got to fix that. So we're going to knock that out. Maybe fix up our email templates because there's a little bit of work there. And it might be a good time to go through our to-dos in the code base and make sure that we have tasks in the linear board for it. And then, yeah, we can start sorting and prioritizing what we work on next. Yeah, yeah. So I think we got some good stuff. Is it perfect? Not even close. But yeah, let's switch to the right scene. Let's pour some water first. And yeah, it's a bit of a warm one today, just like a hot day out of nowhere. It's like 28 degrees Celsius in this room. I was looking at the high in Seattle is going to get up to like 20 or to 87 or something, like Fahrenheit. But then the rest of the week is like low to mid 70s. So it'll be perfect. Ooh, this is cool. So I just noticed this, worth sharing. But it seems that PNPM now has a minimum release age. So, if a compromised package thing happens, you don't update until the package has reached a day or two or whatever you set it. Like, for a day or more. Like, that's kind of genius. I'd be totally okay waiting like 2 or 3 days to update packages. Like, that's amazing. Okay, so let's get to what we're doing. So, yeah, we're able to submit these things. We're not recording the latest thing, right? So, that actually happens in the back end. So, it's here in the processor. Yes. Yeah, the processor. So, as we handle comments, we loop through the list. And the way the RSS works is it's definitely like the first thing on the page is the most recent, right? So if we say most recent comment ID, I don't know. No, that's not right. We can just do let's do this. Let's start first. Dot get ID. Oh, but we don't get an ID. Hmm. Oh, that's for posts. So let's go look at their RSS feed real quick. So we could store the GUID. Oh, it's the best. It's the best. He's so happy. Right, just look at him. We want to do the same thing here. Most recent post ID, and again, it's not ID. We are still sipping from fire hoses, yeah. right? And we can use the URL. I don't think the URL is ever going to be a big deal. So that's the most recent post ID. And we see it's GUID, and then they do permalink true value. And here it's basically the same thing. So yes. So, okay. What we want to do is we only want to loop through the items up until this GUID, right? Hmm. Ooh, here you go. So here's a question, Brainless. What I want to do is we're grabbing the most recent comment ID, and we have this list of items. What we want to do is we want to get a sub list of items up until that GUID. I don't think there's a way to do that in a single pass, but maybe there is. If there isn't, then my thought is just find the index that it's at, take a slice of the list up until that index, and then we do our enum each over it. I can't think of a way to eliminate the loop of finding that index, right? Oh, could be reduce with a halt. Is is there such a thing? Or would I basically just be like, I mean, another thing I could just do is we could just iterate the entire list anyway. And then we just check if, well, no, we still want it indexed. Yeah, no, we still want the index. Yeah, how would you halt a reduce partway through? Just return like a falsy value? Reduce while? Okay. Yeah, let me look at the docs for that. Until function just returns halt. Okay. Are there any others like map while? Because map while would be exactly what I want. Or each while. Looks like I can only use reduce, huh? Yeah, I feel like reduced while would be fine. Okay, so we get the first thing, and then it would be feed items. And what if I just don't care about the accumulator? No, I don't care about the output. Yeah, I just needed an each. I just want to loop over the items. I don't need to return the items, actually. I only wanted maybe to return the items to maybe, like, fix this part, but yeah, like, yeah, reduce while seems like the right answer. Because I don't care about the output, right? That's why I was saying I could just use an each while. Yeah, I think reduce while is what I got to do. Because I'm not much a fan of recursion. I find loops easier to reason about and debug. Like, to me, readability is the number one most important thing. And I think recursive functions are far less readable, personally. There are cases where I would still go for the recursive version, but it's an edge case rather than the common case. And I don't think this is one of those edge cases. No, and I think it does it. Yeah, this is pretty elegant. I'm into it, right? So if we see our most recent one, we bail out. But before we do any of that, I do want to record this to the database. And this is where we want to do this part. Okay, before we get too far, let's just make this a similar reduce while. And we just want to store these values now. All right, cool. So, and hold on, what are they complaining about here now? Has no local return. I don't think that's a problem. Yeah, exactly, brainless. And that's what I was thinking originally too, but that requires like looping the list more than once. So if I can just grab the first item. Oh, but hold on. Yeah, hold on. No. Like, yeah, duh. This is going to fail out on the first one. What we need to do, this is going to be new most recent commit ID. And then what we want is this most recent commit ID would be, right? Like we need the repository for it. So it would be, yeah, we need to look at where we created that repository value. Let me get another album going. And yeah, what's up, Code Shutter? All right, we see RSS history here. So it would be messijo.rss.history, and we can alias that and just deal with history. Oh, it's actually messijo.rss. Is there an upsert? Oh, so we wouldn't even need update. Well, hold on. Yeah, right? No, so this is a proper upsert. Okay. Does that look right, Brainless? Yeah, I think that looks right. No, that's fine, man. Um, You want to sleep so badly? Nah, I get it, man. Yeah. Well, thank you for helping anyway. Here's one quick question. With get in, are we able to pass a nil to it and everything's fine? Oop. Right? So if this value comes back nil, get in would succeed, but it would still be nil, right? I'm pretty sure. Okay. And I could actually test it too. That's actually a good point, right? We've got the REPL open right now. We've got IEX here. Okay, perfect. Okay, cool, cool, cool. So then, yeah, this is most recent comment ID. New most recent comment ID. And then here we want to update, or technically create RSS history. Lobsters.comments. Voila. So then we get into this part. Are there ways to say dialyzer ignore this line? It shouldn't be, but we could do a get in for that too. Like, I'm almost positive the answer is no, but whatever. Like, I'm almost positive. But we can be on the safe side. Like, I'm already looping over it here, though. Yeah, yeah. But then this is where we'd want to do like list wrap or whatever, right? And then problem solved for that. So then we're good. But then, yeah, quick question. Could I turn off dialyzer for like warning me about this reduce while, like not using the return value? You can only ignore the file, not like a line. Hmm. Oh, you add the line. Oh, okay, hold on. Oh, I'm doing lists. Oh, it has to be inside of a module, though? Hmm. And hey, we got a raid. What's up? So yeah, I don't think I follow you yet. What were you up to? Looks like some Spring Boot Next.js solo leveling. Okay. So yeah, sounds like you're doing Spring Boot as like a proper REST API, and then you're using Next.js as like a backend for front end to consume it, which sounds awesome. That's a really good pattern. Welcome everyone from the raid. Yeah, describe a little more what you were working on. I'd love to know, Katnu. For everyone joining us, we are working on Elixir on our backend, and we are currently setting up lobsters listening, so we can listen for various like keywords on lobsters as well as blue sky. Blue sky was the original that we did. We added lobsters, and now we're like working on that part. And the part that we're on right now is making sure as we parse the RSS feeds from lobsters that we are like recording the most recent comment ID that we've seen, storing that to the database, right? Reading that and making sure that we're not like duplicating events. So that's the part that we're on right now. And yeah, this is all pretty much the exact same for when we go and do posts. A meeting app for Final Fantasy 14 players, and solo leveling is just the gotcha game you were playing while coding. Got it. TikTok brain. Makes sense. Okay. I thought solo leveling was just like self-taught like kind of tag. But okay. Yeah, I don't think I've seen solo leveling before. Is that based off of like an anime? I feel like I've heard of an anime named that. But I could be wrong. Unplug recommended? Unplug's great. Nice. Yeah, yeah. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. We did the shout outs and everything, I think. Give you a follow. Perfect. And yeah, that sounds fun. So, do you play a lot of Final Fantasy 14? Because Phoenix is a fantastic framework. Phoenix is basically like the spiritual successor to Ruby on Rails. If you're not familiar with Elixir, it's built on the Beam VM. So similar to how Java runs on the JVM, Beam is another virtual machine. But the magic of the Beam virtual machine is that everything is a process. So, everything involves message passing. And those processes theoretically could live on other machines, and it doesn't matter to Elixir's runtime because you're just sending messages. So with the power of that, you can horizontally scale really easily. Because we're processing every message that comes through Blue Sky and now eventually Lobsters, and after that, eventually Hacker News, we want to be able to fan out the processing of those things, right, to as many nodes as we want without having to worry about weird clustering stuff, because the Beam VM kind of handles clustering for us. But for the most part, I've used Elixir enough that, or I've used Phoenix and Elixir enough that I'm just used to it. So why learn something completely new and different? We just wanted to get this launched. But I couldn't use something like AWS Lambda, which I would prefer to use in many cases, because I like the idea of scaling to zero, and I also like the idea of infinite scalability. Well, infinite scalability. But because we have to listen using a persistent WebSocket connection to Blue Sky, Lambda is really not a good fit. Is the mic a bit crispier? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Bado. When you say crispier, do you mean good or bad? Like, crispy is not a technical term. The video quality's nicer. Yeah. I don't know. It depends on how long it's been. It's been the same camera and lens for a while. When was the last time you were here? The 11th? 2nd? Yeah, like in that time, it's been all the same gear. I mean, there is definitely like lighting changes. It's a really bright day out there and my window's open because it's still summer and I don't have the AC going. During winter, we'll be much more consistent. You know, I may have these windows opened up or not, but I'll still have the blackout curtains like fully dropped down. Things are good. Just getting work done. Okay, yeah, let's check this out. So we've got some warnings that we kind of want to ignore. Whatever. I don't care that much. All right, so this dialyzer warning there, we just ignore. All right, so what I find especially strange is the reduce while complains in the first function, but not the second one. What am I doing differently? They look the exact same to me. Hmm. There should be no unused values, return values for enum functions. Oh, and that's Credo. Oh, so it's not dialyzer, it's Credo. So maybe we could tell Credo to ignore it. But then we're doing the same thing here, but I think we get... Oh, this function call will not succeed. Wait, why is that? I'm doing cloud. I'm using a friend's service called server.pro. Keep in mind, sponsored. They gave me a bunch of free credits. We're not using those credits for this. Nope. It's a perfect number of tabs. I'm a collector. But yeah, I believe they are reselling Hetzner or something like that. But for $5, I get a 4 gigabyte plan. Right, so $7 a month, 4 cores, 4 gigabytes. That's pretty solid. And if I get to support a friend, that's even better. Yeah, Messijo. So when I commit and push, we are using GitHub Actions to push to these VPSs, and we're using Cloudflare's like CI/CD stuff for the front end. All right, so this is what our GitHub action looks a bit like. So, you know, got to install Erlang and Elixir, install our dependencies, compile the release, build the release, bundle the release. We probably don't need Docker, so we're skipping that part. I could actually just delete it. Then we transfer the Elixir release to our prod server, right, using the SCP action. Then we transfer our backup script using SCP. Then we use the SSH action to update the permissions on our backup script. And then finally, we extract and restart the service using SSH action. We can close some of these tabs, though. All right, so dev environment's the local environment. Staging is a cloud environment. If I was working on a team or with other people in any way, then yes, we'd have like a dev environment in the cloud too. But we don't need that right now. Channel points to go through tabs? No, we sometimes do it as like I forget what Twitch calls it. But you can post like a milestone or a goal, and then people can contribute channel points to that. But we haven't done that for like a year. Oh yeah? I mean, on Saturday you can just ask. If you ask like early enough. If I get too many of the whiskeys in me, it's no good. Oh, that's not a bad idea, Brainless. One of the extensions I built at one point that we lost when that hard drive crashed was we called it Tab Antics. And the idea was using channel points, you could shuffle my tabs, you could close a random one, you could open a random one, you could pop them all out into their own individual window so it would look like when you beat solitaire, right? With like that cascading. It was pretty fun. And the shuffle was interactive. You'd see these things like moving around. I do want to rebuild that at some point. Yeah, that was a blast. I missed that. The only extension you built is the Twitch Favorites channel one, which adds a button to the page to favorite a channel. And resorts the followed channels to push the favorites on top. I like that. That's a nice one. You're creating a website that you can get $5,000 for. That you can get, or that you've negotiated $5,000 for. Okay, cool. Yeah, good work. That's fine, Mr. Situation X. Just remember, you're on the hook. All right, so technically this function call will not succeed. We got to think about that one. Oh, is the OK is outside of things, right? OK is outside of our reduce while, so it's not part of that function. I thought the OK was fixing the has no local return, but that doesn't look like the case. Okay, so we can ignore that for now. So then I think it's due to this function saying it will not succeed, and we got to figure out why. Okay, so it's saying I might also return suspend. But I don't see how that would be the case. Like, I don't see suspend in here anywhere. So where do you think suspend is coming from? All right, so it's not that chunk of code. And that's definitely going to be broken. Well, we're not even using it. But yeah, this is where it then says will not succeed. Because it still thinks a halt is in there. Or no, not a halt, a suspend. Hmm. I think it might just be a false positive. Even if we're not using the EC. No, that looks like it. All right, good call. We still get no unused return values. Hmm. Okay. So now we're back to this, where this reduce while says there should be no unused return values. But then for this one, we don't get that. Oh, it was the get in on a tuple? Interesting. Okay. Oh, and it's saying the return value from the reduce while, which I don't actually care about. Ah, okay. Yeah, it's easy enough. It's just weird that this one... Oh, it's because we're doing the nil at the end. Got it. Yeah, but we do want the nil at the end. Okay, I see. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot that we had the return value for the nil here, but we didn't, or for the first one, but we didn't have for the second one. I thought we did, but yeah, no, I forgot that step. And I don't know, would we want to do nil or okay? What do you think? What would you prefer to see? A nil or an okay? Okay. Works for me. Okay, cool. So now we just got some log values that we don't necessarily care about. All right, so RSS history, we should have some values in there. Hmm. No. Is grades.social down already? Oops. All right, so PNPM fiddle. That's not good. Oh. Yeah, that's not good. Hmm. Oh, where do you see that? Oh. Service disruption, eh? Okay. Ooh, the database is down? Ooh. But the database shouldn't be affecting that. But it might be. Right, if their database is down, it might be having a cascading effect on the rest of their stuff. Uh, all right. So, I'm thinking we just push up, and we're not even getting errors on this one. I'm thinking we just push up what we got, because I think the lobster stuff is working. Oh, no, no, no. We got to fix our email templates too, which is doable. There it is. All right. But yeah, our next step should be hosting our own turbo stream. Dude, if their turbo stream goes down like completely 2 days before my talk at Cascadia JS, that's going to be really annoying. That's going to be really annoying. Because they're a good 2, maybe 3 minutes of my 10-minute talk. Seems back up now? No. No. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, man, I was sweating real quick. All right. But that does kind of hint that, number one, we shouldn't be 100% dependent on another platform like that. Right? Why do we need a middleman? So before we start doing Discord and Hacker News and all that other stuff, yeah, we need to not be dependent on Grace.social's infrastructure, just because that's better business, right? We are going to be dependent on Blue Skies, but yeah, that's the name of the game. What I think I want to do... Yep, that's the repo. Jetstream Turbo. No, that isn't it. Why is GitHub not bringing that up? God, that's weird. Yeah, whatever. Yep, Messijo has a fork. What I would want to do, though, is maybe, instead of Python, rewrite this into Rust. Right, because it's pure Python. Let's look at all their code. So self-client at bskyactor dot get profiles. Yeah, it's not the simplest thing to fork, but I think it would be necessary. Yeah, maybe I just want to host this directly. Yeah, we might not need to rewrite it yet. Aha. So from ATProto async client, yeah. So that would explain. Hold on. Where do we look at the dependencies? All right, we see ATProto there. Is there a Rust ATProto? Looks like, yeah. You think you've heard of Atrium before? Interesting. Oh, interesting. The official ATProto implementation is mostly TypeScript. Huh. A bunch of Go code, sure. And honestly, Go might be a better fit than Rust. I know, Go, the Go AT protocol. Yeah, that's pretty good. I like that. Yeah. Kids and their slang these days. All right, so then let's go back a little bit. I do have a question. Yeah, I know what it stands for. I just think it's overused hyperbole. Oh, got it. Yeah, yeah. It's a term that gets thrown around a lot in like sports circles. Who's the GOAT? Michael Jordan or LeBron James? Meh. When everyone's ignoring Tim Duncan. I don't think Kobe actually enters the greatest of all time debate. Maybe. I don't know. Which doesn't even work grammar wise. Like, geez, come on, kids. Yeah, I'd be curious about the arguments for Kobe. I think there's a lot of ambiguity to it because he passed away sooner than like the end of his career. Because he wasn't retired yet, right? So yeah, like I don't know, any argument would have to have an asterisk. Category for players without a ring. Ooh, there you go. But yeah, like the reason Tim Duncan, like, dude, the entire time he was in the league, he never didn't make the playoffs. Like there wasn't a single season the team he's on didn't make the playoffs. And I don't know, yeah, like Tim Duncan, right? 5 titles, right? So he's got the biggest ring count, defense and offense. Played well into his late 30s. Yeah, I don't know. There's definitely an argument to be made for Tim Duncan, but he wasn't as flashy. Yep. But I don't know. All these arguments are just pointless anyway. Who cares? All right, so yeah, something to think about. Maybe unplug, right? Like we could definitely try and vibe code it. And yeah, the Go definitely sounds more fun than the Rust of it. Because if we were going to do it with Rust, we'd have to use Tokyo. And I fucking hate Tokyo. Not the city, the library. Like it makes everything so much more complicated. There were better abstractions that were not zero cost. Yeah, it makes sense. Like, dude, you can do green threading, you can do all sorts of stuff with Rust without even touching Tokyo. Like, it's totally fine. And there was a lot of stuff that could have been done. Now, I'd say if you want to get serious about async Rust, you have to learn Tokyo. Exactly. Jesus. Hold on. Anyone heard of Z-Shy? Okay, interesting. I don't remember seeing Z-Shy before. This is kind of nice. Damn, Colin is, yeah, really productive. Does a lot of cool stuff. All right, real quick, hold on. So you tested out Expert, the official Elixir LSP over the weekend. Seems pretty good, even more features than Elixir LS. Sadly, one small issue, it doesn't recognize projects without a config/dev.exs. Most of your repos at work use local.exs instead. Yeah, you mentioned that on Saturday. And what's up, Hunar? How you doing? Oh, that's fine, Brainless. Like, you're probably like finally at a point where it feels resolved, and it was like currently unresolved as of Saturday. So yeah, like I don't know, you're just revisiting the problem. Well, if what we're using is working right now anyway, then sure. Oh, but hold on. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right, so the reduce while looks like line 36 or 27. All right, so this part. Bad arg. Yeah. So it's the parse that is failing. Ooh, hold on. Ah. All right, so we're still going to get a failure. What's up, Keck? You're trying to create a dev-based search engine and got throttled by DuckDuckGo. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. You're saying maybe a with? There you go. Yeah, nailed it. Well, I want to see what the failure is. And we could actually just do that since it's comments. It's doing an error because it was a match issue. Hmm. Yes, now we just got to see it happen. Okay. All right. Well, while we're waiting for that to bubble up, let's look at our email templates. All right. So notification single and notification batch. So we see what these values are as we're passing them through. Oh, and we actually do have platform in there. So we were thinking ahead enough for that. I'd say we're good. I don't know. Let's push it up and see what errors we get. We can be loosey-goosey about it. Ah. Oh, I forgot to push. And we'll let that just go to staging. Even though staging is massively misconfigured still. Nah, you know what? Yellow. All right, so those are deploying. We should deploy the front end stuff. Yep, we'll add that. Ah. Oh, yeah. All right. Let's make sure this gets pushed up. Yep, so we got some values that are unused. So we go find keyword form. Yeah, more things to test, and I think, yeah, we should put some heavy work into making sure that, editing and a bunch of that stuff works. But let's fix these warnings on the front end. So the place we want to look is keyword form, keywords, and edit keyword. Oh. All right, so the edit keyword one is a little heavier, right? The others are just unused values. Take while and make another iteration. I'm good on that. That would be a nice way to get the subset. But I don't know. I don't think a double iteration is worth it. Even though it's definitely not going to be a huge list. All right, and then this error, platforms, is missing on edit keyword. And that was actually going to be an error anyway, so nice. I really like that sound effect in this song. It's like the Frankenstein's monster going roar. I don't know if that's actually it, but that's what it reminds me of. It's such a good sound. Roar. Like, I don't know. I really like it. All right, so we head in here. Um, all right, so we will wait. Yeah, we'll wait for the deploy to finish. So, well, I wonder. Hold on, we could look at that on Cloudflare, unless I'm gonna have to like log in. And worst case, I could log in. It's not the end of the world. uh, I'm not doing this through that account. So where am I doing this through? Okay. Compute workers pages, dashboard prod, and I can show this. Swing, swing. So sure, here we go building again. All right, while that's going, I am gonna go slice a lime. I'll be right back. Okay, lime is sliced. Let me go rinse this real quick. Oh man, that Indian food I had yesterday was so good. The sign? Yeah. Hold on. This sign's really good. Hold on. Get the glare out of it. All right, you finished reading it? Damn right. Now, technically, I was allowed to take the sign. So this is a wooden sign. And the ski resort stopped using wooden signs back in like 2002. That was my first winter working at Stevens Pass, and I worked in Ski Check. And as they were switching over to those like corrugated plastic signs and, like die cut stickers for the lettering and all that, they had all these wooden signs that they were basically going to throw out. So I took it. And I thought that was the most appropriate one to take. So yeah, that's kind of fun, right? Oh, there you go, Robert. Yeah, people come up with holidays for all sorts of stuff. But yeah, so I have worked at I used to work at Stevens Pass. I worked there from 2002 to 2010, something like that. I started out in ski check, and then I got into I think night rentals, and then after night rentals, I got into terrain park, and then I got into night terrain park, and then I kind of just like finagled my way into going out with the cat operator after my night terrain park shift. So I got to help like build all the jumps and stuff. I got to test things before anyone got to. Like, yeah. Yeah. You're gonna find bugs on Plug. I'm pretty sure I ran into some issue editing a notification or a keyword or something previously. So editing keywords, I think we got some bugs. Did the UI ship though? See, I worked night terrain park at Stevens Pass for like 6 years. It was amazing. It was amazing. Actually, no, it was probably only 5 years. Because the first year I was on terrain park was kind of like a bummer snow year. And we didn't even really have night riding that year. First time skiing, you went to a quiet slope, which you expected to be the beginner one. It was most certainly not for beginners. Never will you ski again. Yeah, that makes sense. Skiing's tough. That's interesting, though, because they say skiing's easier to learn and harder to master, and snowboarding's harder to learn, easier to master. But if you've already got the experience as a snowboarder, then like it sucks going back to basics. So I can understand that. That makes sense to me. Yeah. Like on a snowboard, I can like do the butter walk thing, like where you're like just walking. Like I'm so good at it, it feels like walking, and I can even do it backwards. Yeah, for everyone who doesn't know, I used to be a sponsored snowboarder. That's just free gear. I never got a paycheck, but to get to that level, you got to be pretty good. Like at one point, at least as far as like all around park riding goes, I was within the top 10, riders at Stevens Pass, like locals. Now, Stevens Pass is kind of a smaller mountain for park anyway, so that wasn't that big of a claim to fame. But yeah, it's pretty good. And I gotta caveat it with all around because yes, I can jump, I can do sevens, 900s. Never landed a 10 in the park. But there were way better like jumpers than me. But when it comes to like rails, oh, I was absolutely within the tip top of rail riders. Like I'd say I was within the running of like the top 3 at Stevens Pass. As far as I think of like rail riders at Stevens Pass during my like prime, I can really only think of 1 or 2. But keep in mind that there's other resorts. So like when competitions would happen, no, like dude, the Snoqualmie riders were better than me at rail riding. Even some of the Baker riders were better than me at rail riding. So yeah, like Stevens Pass was just this like niche. In general, Stevens Pass had way better jumps than Snoqualmie. But Snoqualmie had the best rail garden, like not rail garden, but the best rail setups, the best like rail competitions, like all that stuff. All right, so we are deployed. Wrong thing. Like a glove. All right, that works fine. What if I go to edit it? And this is where I think we're going to run into an issue. Or not. What? All right, we fixed that and made it work first try? No way. What? Like a glove. All right, well, let me see this bit of feedback that Unplug posted. Right, okay, so yeah, one thing is if we unselect all platforms, we want save keyword to be disabled. I think that's the right move. Or technically what I think's going on is, right, it's not doing anything right now, right? So if we go and do that, right, if we say edit, we deselect, and nothing happens, that's actually our validator kicking in, but we're not showing the message that at least one needs to be selected. So here's my next question. Where should our error message go? Should it go above or below the list, right? Like below platforms here between these two, or just completely below the list? I think between platforms and the list. How do y'all feel about that? You're thinking even above like the keyword platforms? I don't know about that one. That's not how any like form error messages work in the app. Yeah, error message. In general, error messages go below the input that they're referencing. But I just wonder, like, below this list might be weird. All right, well, let's get dev back going. So if we disallow the save, right, like we would disable the save keyword button, right? Because that would be the smart move. But then when it's disabled, how do we let the user know why it's disabled? You still got to show an error message, right? So disabling the button versus showing the error messages are two separate things. We could just show a toast, but I don't know. It kind of just doesn't like match up with any of our other like errors, you know? Like we don't typically show a toast until after a submission, right? So like the result of an HTTP request. And project is what you're looking for there. Oh, if I could spell. Yeah, we should probably change that to Messijo. Or just duplicate it or alias it or something. Man, it is warm. 28.9 degrees Celsius in this room. What is with just the random hot day? Yeah, I don't know about that one, Unplug. Listening to LinkedIn? That would definitely be an option. I don't think LinkedIn has a good like API for us to listen to though. Yeah, so no, not live events. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, like LinkedIn just doesn't have anything. Yeah, and I want to avoid anything that I have to scrape, at least for now. Like Reddit's going to be a tough one too, because we're almost certainly going to get throttled pulling like Reddit RSS feeds. So then we're going to have to employ basically like scraping strategies for that too. Not necessarily like scraping, because we could still use the RSS, but we'd have to like fan out so that we're not getting like disallowed. So that one sucks. That's a tough one. Yeah. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I think instead what I'd rather do is try and partner with these things. Like, how hard could it be to partner with them? But really, like, I'd need to have a significant customer base. I would have to have VC funding. There's like a few things we could do to be taken more seriously. I just think it would be tough. Wow, it's the first time I've gotten one of those spam messages in a while. You know, where someone like sends a message and it's like, hey, what you doing right now? But it's a number you've never seen in your life. Right? You're just trying to pull some BS. I haven't gotten one of those in months. It's weird. Isn't clay basically a scrape tool? Clay? I've never heard of clay. Like, I know what clay is, but clay what? You're talking about this then, right? Yeah, I've never heard of this one. Yeah, I don't even know what this does. It's basically meant to integrate with like HubSpot or something, right? Right? Like, theoretically, they could be an acquisition. Like, just, you know, like, if we get enough users, some company wants to buy us. And I would consider that a legitimate exit. Because there's other businesses I want to run, you know? Like, I like Messijo. I like the idea of it. And it was a pretty quick build compared to some other stuff that I want to build. So yeah, theoretically, if I could have a decent exit, sell it for a couple mil, that's something I could like live on for a long time. Do they live in the gray zone? That I'm not sure of. Yeah, I would really want to partner with Reddit because they have reddit.pro. Hold on. Let me search for it a different way. And Reddit Pro actually has similar like keyword stuff, but it's not the exact same as what we're doing. But realistically, if we could get some kind of like OAuth data sharing thing, people like we'd encourage people to sign up for Reddit Pro. And then we could bring data from Reddit Pro into what we're doing, and then theoretically maybe we get preferential data access. I don't know. I think that's tougher. I don't know. Yeah, like, this is all just speculation. Probably never going to happen, but you got to think about these things. And what's up, Ostigos? Is that what you're saying clay is? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about clay. But yeah, the fact that they do these like keyword things, I find interesting. You don't think so, Lunatic? Yeah, maybe not. At least being able to query like the data that people have in Reddit Pro would be cool. Or having some way that we could export our stuff to Reddit Pro. I don't know. Yeah, probably not, but we can dream. I mean, let's look at this right now. So we see cats and beanie lovers, right? Get cracking. Yeah, I don't see too many like proper businesses using it. Like this is mostly just people testing it out. Taskless, they could try it. In fact, yeah, we haven't chatted with oh my god, why am I spacing on his name? Starts with code, right? Brain fart. Code Drift. Yeah. Yeah, we haven't chatted with Code Drift in a bit, but I don't know if he knows he has unicorn access now. Twitch marketers in there, for sure. Somehow Super Team was able to create 6 keywords? Well, hold on. Let me check on this. Really curious how. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, how did they manage to do that? Yeah, that knock sound is good. Yeah, it could have been someone just spamming a curl request, but meh, I'm not too worried about it. If we start seeing it a lot, then we'll make a mitigation for it. But yeah, I don't know. Interesting stuff. Let's go back to our team. Ooh, so now we get error updating this keyword. Why? So 5 hundo, sad panda. Oh, so it has to do with the ignored users. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, let's reproduce that locally. And is that only while you're editing? Right, like creating and adding one should work just fine still. All right, well, let's reproduce it locally. They're hiding data? Interesting. Yeah, I don't even know, Ostigos. Not sure. Okay. All right, so we reproduce that locally just fine. What is the error? Key name. Oh, yep. Yeah, that would be it. Because it comes through as a string. Oh. So here's the thing. It's actually the request is succeeding. It's the JSON payload that we're failing at. Existing ignored users would actually have the atom. All right, there we go. So that should be good. Let's edit. Let's add another ignored user. Let's say on lobsters. I don't know. CM Griffin. All right. Yeah, so I'd noticed that bug before. And let's double check this. Hold on. Let's update the Get Kraken CLI. I just want to see what do we think we're going to see from it, right? Is the AI commit generation still good to go? I like to double check this stuff. Let me get more music going, though. Because I think synthwave belongs in a museum. Wait, what's up? Oh. Oh, so it's definitely not fixed. Hold on. Now it's empty. Oh, database is down. I was going to say, what? Hold on. Yeah, don't call me Junior. Oh. Oh, all right. So that's totally broken. Well, shit. All right. Okay, so we got a bug there. So wait, Ostigos, if you have the right to comment or even watch at some point, then you have the right to transfer it and all tree conversation out of that platform. So you need one account with access to crawl all social data without any troubles, in theory. So there is not any point to not to have endpoints to gather data in normal manner without crawling. Technically, you'd still have to do RSS, right? Because their API has very strict requirements of like, you're not allowed to do anything that competes with what we do. And technically what I'm doing competes with something Reddit Pro does. So I would never be allowed access for commercial use. Now, crawling the RSS is not the same thing because it's a different thing there, right? The RSS is public data, but they can still reserve the right to block someone who is crawling too much of their data. Know how I know that they're blocking fetching RSS stuff from like certain providers and etc.? Because I tried to do something like that inside of GitHub Actions, and GitHub Actions is disallowed. Right? All the data I was able to fetch locally was not able to be fetched inside of GitHub Actions, even though it's just RSS. I know, yeah, it makes sense. I'm not complaining, but like all I was doing was fetching our own account's RSS data, right? For GitKraken, I was just trying to make this like automated thing that would fetch that data, but I'm not able to. So instead, now I got to do it as like a cron job. The data technically is open. You can fetch it from your machine. The problem lies in the fact that they reserve the right to restrict, you know, things like ruining their platform, and excess scraping ruins their platform, right? Like, yeah, it's a gray area, sure, but it's their data. But yeah, real quick, for anyone that was curious about, like the recent vulnerabilities in supply chain stuff, PNPM has a very interesting mitigation, right? So the idea of using minimum release age means that you could wait to install like the next updated package by a day or two, right? To make sure that you're getting something that isn't compromised, which is just awesome. PNPM fixes that, and I would guess NPM can just take notes. It's a problem that any platform would have, so I don't necessarily blame NPM for it. Like, there's definitely stuff they could do, but any sufficiently sized repository is going to have that issue. Yeah. They definitely need to solve it, for sure. Yeah, and if all platforms figure it out, then perfect. Cargo crates could theoretically be effed in the same way. Yeah. Um, I remember reading that cargo crates do something that could have helped. Oh, the cat and mouse stuff? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like I'm gonna have to like randomize the cron job. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that becomes way trickier. But let's solve the bug at hand, right? What is this bug at hand? Let's do another one of these, though. And man, it is a warm one today. Woo-wee. Which is crazy because it was cold enough yesterday that I needed my current summer blanket like pulled up to my chest and like the my foot blanket added on top of it. Now during the winter, I need like my proper winter blanket and then like a foot blanket. But the fact that like, dude, it's summer or like summer's ending and I was able to do that last night, but now today it's just all of a sudden warm again. That's weird. Like, Washington, figure out your weather. Because, yeah, most of the, like, during the hot days this summer, I haven't needed, like, the summer blanket. It's just been a sheet, you know? Yeah. Summer is the Columbo of seasons, isn't it? And just one more thing. And yes, we've been watching a bunch of Columbo on the gaming stream. Fantastic show. Did you know? So keep in mind that there were two like pilot movies. After the two pilot movies, the first episode of like the show, that episode was directed by Steven Spielberg, which is why it's the best episode in the series so far. I'm sure there'll be another good one, but that one just nails it. But yeah, Steven Spielberg directed that first episode of Columbo. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, he wasn't a big name back then. Right? Think about it. When was E.T.? What, like 1981? 82. Raiders of the Lost Ark was 81. Hold on. Let's go to his IMDb. A young Raymond Reddington from The Blacklist. I've never even seen that show. Raymond Reddington? I'm going to have to look it up. All right, so hold on. Him as a director. Right? So 1959 was the first time he did like a short that got published. Then Firelight, then Slipstream, so a lot of shorts still. Right? 1970, he did an episode of Marcus Welby, MD, which I've never heard of. But then, yeah, boom, director, Columbo, one episode, the very first one. But like the camera work and everything in that episode is so good. No, and I know that that's not what you meant. Yeah, that's fine. No stress about that. So hold on. Oh, that dude. Yeah, I could definitely see, like, as I'm chubbier. Yeah, damn, I'd never actually pictured that. I do kind of have a bit of a, like, chubby James Spader vibe, don't I? I am the Lizard King. No, yeah, it's a solid compliment. Dude, James Spader was like a major fucking sex icon. I'm sure he still is for people over 50. I don't own a suit. Best I could do is one of those hats. Funnily enough, I've been seeing a lot of clips of that show make it to like the front page on Reddit, which is interesting. But yeah, I've never watched a single episode. Yeah, very interesting. All right. Yeah, I'll take it as a compliment. I can kind of see it. I can kind of see it. Especially as I get chubbier. All right, so let's figure out why all this is happening. It's not a bad show. It's casual, fun, nothing serious. Follows the house formula. Really? So like a thing happens at the beginning, and then they spend all episode trying to figure it out. Like it's almost the same as like the Columbo formula, but not quite. There you go, revertibles. Sure. Sure. All right. I'll take it. Okay. All right. All right. I'll take it. Y'all are going to make me blush. Now my cheeks are turning red because of the heat and the whiskey. All right, so I'm glad we didn't push this up because there is something totally broken. Yeah, don't call me Junior. It belongs in a museum. Ooh, Brainless, are you still out there? I have a question. And no worries if not. Yeah, so does get in also allow you to do like a lookup of like numeric index values? Like could I make this enum at be a get in and I just pass the index? Oh, I like that. Okay. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that's cleaner for sure. And yeah, Krasner, like, what are you up to? Sorry, you said hi earlier. Now it's like still like mid thought. But yeah, what's going on? Sorry, I just laughed my ass off. Not laughed my ass off, but I just chuckled at someone's name in chat. Tina, you fat sloth, eat your dinner. God. Like, that's such a good name. I always forget about it. That is a throwback. And what's up, Kenny? How you doing? Oh, I still have to do the access.at. Oh. Like that? If I could spell? Alright, that works for me. Yeah, thanks, Brainless. So the parts part, all right, so yeah. We loop over all of them, and then we check the length, then we check if they changed, and boom, all those, right? Cannot change the number of extra keywords, and that's fine. So this is... This is where we create new users. Right, so then, yeah, true is just like the last case of the condition. So now we're just looking for ignored users to create, and then ignored users to remove, because we should allow that. So here we're doing a filter, and yes, this is one of those cases where I'm willing to bet my filter is like inverted or something. All right, so we got to start walking through this logic. So keyword ignored users is what we fetch from the database, and we're filtering through that. Oh. No, this shouldn't be the issue. So theoretically, we loop through and we find users that don't exist in our existing list of users, right? We check for name and platform being equal to each other. Once we know that we've got just the ones that are brand new, we create them. Then we go through and find users from request. Hold on. This doesn't seem right. These are checking for the same thing. Okay, they're not checking for the same thing. Right, okay, so then the find inside... Okay, we flipped them. Yeah, they're inverted. So now we're doing a filter of the ignored users that we have that are not in the request, and we want to remove them. Do I have these backwards? And what's up, Game Hard? Not necessarily. No, it's even better. It's a much better font than that. We got ligatures, man. Number one, it's just a font. Like, it shouldn't bother you. So if it does rage bait you, that's a bit of a heuristic. The people that can't let the font go are kind of people that we don't really want around. So it's a bit of a filter. Now, commenting about it, that's fine. But if you just can't let it go, ugh, yeah, that's a bad sign. We've had a lot of bad chatters that just get really annoying about something as superficial as a font. No, you're totally fine, right? It's okay to comment about, like, I don't care. It's the people that really just don't let it go. Right. I assume you've been on Twitch long enough to recognize that, yes, there are some people that are just really not worth chatting with. It's nice to have some filters. So yeah, hold on. What are our filters? That's one of them, right? I'm trying to remember what some of the other ones are. But not a big deal. Tabs. Oh yeah, tabs is definitely like another one. If someone just can't let it go. I get it. Yes, I have a lot of tabs. I'm a collector. I got a collection. From here to the left is actually our archive, right? These are tabs that we haven't thrown into some other thing, right? From here to the right, this is our working session. And could we eventually use tab groups or something to make that more obvious? Sure. It's possible. And hey, Celestial! Oh man, I forgot who was chatting about it. You missed him. Someone was asking, does anyone here play Space Station 13 or whatever? And I was like, yeah, Celestial works on that. But you weren't here when they asked. Yeah, it was super cool. Yeah, it was a small world thing. God, I'm trying to remember who asked. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I'm spacing on that. It's like a shorter name. It's not Botto. Starts with an R. Yeah, they're not in chat. Yeah, I don't remember who it was. I do see some people lurking. Appreciate the lurks. I don't want to call them out. I do kind of want to call one person out. Because I'm just curious. Like, so, Seattleite, I know, I'm sorry, it's really bad to call out a lurker. But, are you going to Cascadia JS? And if not, no worries, and sorry for disturbing the lurk. I'm just curious. That's all. Let me get more music going. And yeah, we got to figure it out. Hold on. So, based on... Okay, so you determined that that Type R song is definitely a reference to the R-Type song. Okay, and the other one is definitely related to the Doom games? Okay. Like the At Doom's Gate song? Okay, yeah, that sounds about right. Been considering joining Twitch chats on IRC so you can eternally hog logs. How many logs could a hog log hog if a hog log could hog logs? First try. First try. You could just use TMI.js for that if you want. Right? So you don't even need to use IRC. You could just have a bot listening to chats and logging those chats. Technically, Twitch might not be happy about it, but there's not much they can do to stop you. That's how I was like listening to one stream that was like the place where all my trolls congregated. Anyone remember that stream? You don't even need an account to listen to chat. Yeah, you can anonymously listen to the logs of chat via TMI.js. The bot, like, you don't even have to be logged in. Yeah, exactly. I'd say check it out. If you write TypeScript at all, it should come really easily. Or there's also like a Python library. It depends on your language. At this point, I'd be surprised if there aren't just a shitload of things that, like, you know, various languages where you could just listen to the IRC feed. Absolutely no limit, as far as I know. Now, I'm not sure how that works if you're listening to multiple, like, chats. Ooh, that's not a bad idea there, Unplug. That's kind of genius. That would be tricky. And I'm not sure how much value there would be for that. It's doable. But, like, you have to specify the channel you want to listen to. So it's similar to, like, the plan that I was having for Reddit. You know? If I wanted to really listen to, like, let users pick the Reddit or the subreddits they want to, like, listen to, we could do that. But, yeah, it gets tricky. Because then you got to, like, spin up a listener for every channel. Or, like, you know, spin up an RSS crawler for every subreddit kind of thing. And that gets really, like, tricky. Yeah, I totally did that, X Factor. There was a stream that they talked shit about me on a nightly basis. Like, I live in their head rent-free. I thought it was interesting. And kind of sad. But yeah, some of the trolls that I have, I live in their head rent-free. Just media collecting? Yeah, I get that. I think it makes sense. No, it wasn't Messijo whatsoever. It was just one specific channel where I knew they talked shit about me on a regular basis. Now I'm willing to bet they just have some Discord where they commiserate with each other. If they're even that united. That's the thing about trolls. They're their own, like, they're their own country. They may form alliances from time to time, but that's about it. Well, because I'm a confrontational person. Because some people have nothing better to do. That was a good burp. Yeah, that was a solid one. Yeah, yeah. But they would do it on a nightly basis. It's so weird. Like, it's so weird, dude. And I'm willing to bet at least one or two of my, like, most persistent trolls may have just created new accounts and hang out. And maybe they're cool now. I don't know. You never know. You never know. Yeah. So Celestial, hold on. We recently started rewatching Frisky Dingo. I don't know if you've heard of that show, but it's like the precursor to Archer. It used to play on Adult Swim. There's a bit where like the board of like Xander Cruz, like the main character's company, the board is a bunch of clones of like this one guy, and they all just say harumph. Harumph, 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 harumph. Right? And it's like 10 of them, and they're all just overlapping saying harumph. That's basically what I picture when my trolls get together. It's a good show. I highly recommend it. There's definitely some stuff that's a product of its time. Like early 2000s, edgy humor. You get where I'm going. Right, there are some caricatures that were still acceptable on mainstream TV, you know? No, it's a good show. It's very fun. It's on Sling right now. So if you look for Frisky Dingo, it's free on Sling. All right, so what I think I want to start doing, I'm going to pull out these filters. Right, so this is going to be new ignored users. Or, hold on, ignored users to create. And then, very similarly, I want to do this. That's because you have an ad blocker. I'm pretty sure they have some like ad blocker detection. Well, then I assume you have the wherewithal to figure it out another way. We don't want to talk about how that works. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You're going to need a bigger boat, for sure. Yeah, most of these platforms are, like, US specific. You mean not everyone watching lives in the country I live in? That's weird. That's so strange. Huh. Sometimes you get an ad saying Twitch is running an ad. Wait, really? So maybe it's like an ad that they can't play in your country? That would be my guess. That would be my guess. Yeah. Like a big part of it might be certain countries do not allow advertising pharmaceuticals or I don't know, nicotine products. Or I don't know exactly it. But yeah, like there's definitely something where, yeah, I could see that happening. The pharmaceutical one is probably a big one. Yeah, exactly. Y'all see the quote from Tracy Jordan? He gained weight on Ozempic. He can out eat Ozempic. Like, dude, he's hilarious. Like, dude, he's gaining weight on Ozempic. Like, dude, because all it is an appetite suppressant. It's not actually gonna burn calories for you, right? It's not some like metabolizer. It's straight up just an appetite suppressant. But if you like eating for more than just filling your belly, well, good luck. No, he likes food, you know? There's like an endorphin thing. Like people who are addicted to food. Yeah, I don't think Ozempic's going to be a big thing for them. The best it can do is maybe just decrease the amount because they don't feel as hungry anymore. Yeah, that makes sense, Celestial. Yeah, good work. I'm trying to lose some, and it's increasingly hard. I just need to go through like I'm good at maintaining most of the time, but I have to go through like cuts. Like I have to have a day or two where I just don't consume calories. Otherwise, I just stay at the same weight. Because I'm not active enough. And that's a big thing. If I was more active, I'd be burning more calories and I'd be in a deficit and we'd be good to go. But when you don't move around much and you sit in the same chair 12 hours a day, yeah, it's tough. Yeah, like I can put on the pounds if I start buying Coca Cola again. Like massively. Like I can definitely put on the pounds if I just, start doing proper mixed beverages with every beverage. Dude, that's a lot of Coca Cola. Hold on one second. Dude, I really like this thing at work. We're doing like a meeting light week or like period. I don't know how long it's going, but it's kind of nice. Like I don't mind meetings because I do most of my work like outside of business hours anyway. But it does give me more time to like follow up with things and respond to messages that I couldn't while I'm in a meeting, you know? But yeah, like anyone else have it like where they work, where you're doing like light meeting periods or sessions? It's kind of nice. Like our entire team has like a meeting free Tuesday. Now I still had some meetings today because stuff happens and like we got to release stuff, but they're like essential meetings at this point, which is cool. Yeah. I mean, there's there are tools that you can use that, especially like if they're wired into your HR software, you could like maybe you don't want to show this to anyone, but management could see how much a meeting costs. Well, yeah, if someone's salary is blank and you're paying them for 2,000 hours a year, you can actually quantify their like hourly rate. And if 8 of us are in that meeting, dude, that meeting cost us blank, you know? And doing that kind of like cost benefit analysis is really powerful. Interesting. Yeah, that makes sense, Jared. Like, yeah, very cool process. Um, I don't know. Yeah, it's tough because it's really easy to miss a Slack message, you know? But if everyone's in a meeting and someone calls you out and asks something, like they get an answer right there. Yeah, I find that actually worse, right? If someone needs a chat, you just grab them. I do not want to get randomly grabbed for a huddle at parts of my day, right? I can plan around meetings. I can't plan around a quick chat, you know? I find the quick chat, like if we have to hop on a call, those quick chats are way worse than a planned meeting. I can plan around a meeting, you know? You can't plan around an ad hoc chat. And if that ad hoc chat happens when you're in like a flow state, the cost to the company is massive. Oh, okay, so you guys sit in like a voice chat most of the day? I could see that. Yeah. I'd have a problem with that personally. Like, I don't mind sending a Slack message. I think a Slack message is huge, right? Respond when you're ready. If it's urgent, you'll see a bunch of Slack messages from me. And that's fine. But yeah, like typically, if something is so urgent that you need a response immediately from a Slack message, something's broken down to get to that point anyway. You have grind zones? Okay. So yeah, as long as you're like setting those times where like you can do heads down work, huge value. It's just like if you're not setting those times, that's when the issues rise. So I get that. Yeah, I'm always curious like how other people work. These things are fascinating. Like every company has its own like specific culture around meetings and how well people respond to Slack messages and I don't know, it's very cool. Like just there's entire like books that could be written about just annotating people's like processes and then analyzing them. That could be actually kind of a fun book. Oh, so you actually work for a game dev company. Oh, got it. Okay. Do you mind saying, like, what kind of games you work on? I guess Contingent, that's the game you're working on, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Got it, got it. That's the game? Or the studio? Mostly indie games. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'm big into. Okay, the studio is Binary Spiders. Do you mind if we look at it? Is that okay? Oh, so sometimes you do porting? Oh, that's interesting. I'm guessing this is it. Oh, damn, Democracy 4. Oh, cool. No, no, that's fine. No, no judgment. The website's fine. Lacrosse 26. Oh, interesting. So you're porting the game. Okay, got it. You worked. Okay, so yeah, I like the tagging you're doing. Dude, the tags are nice. Dude, the tags are real good. This one's hilarious. I love the images. The faces. All right, that's awesome. That is awesome. Um, oh, I will say, I, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Whatever. Yeah, yeah. The critique I was gonna give doesn't matter. Like I was gonna say, like the title, I feel like should be above the thing that it's showing because I saw this and I was like, the Night Witch. That doesn't look like the Night Witch. It's Match Point, and then I saw Match Point, right? I don't know if that matters. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's just it was a thing that I was expecting that didn't work how I expected, but that doesn't mean it's wrong. I don't know if it. Well, okay, that could be a point. Yeah, if you added more spacing between the rows, right? This would make it more obvious that it's tied to that. Yeah, just like, dude, another like one more REM between the rows. Yeah, I think you'd nail it for sure. I think that would make it way more obvious because it would be closer to the thing. Yeah, I don't know. Like, give it a shot, see how you like it. Yeah, good call. I don't know. I wasn't even thinking about how to fix it. Yeah, very cool. I mean, I would say like these tags right here, if they are interactive, maybe try and like make them light up, so make them less transparent or something. Oh, we could add one REM. We'd have to think about like how it's done. I don't know. I don't necessarily feel like fiddling with it that much. But yeah, that might be something like if these things are interactive. Oh, okay. You might consider making them clickable. Oh, I could see that. Now that makes sense. If someone wants to click this, but they click that by accident, you know? I get it. Yeah, that works. Nah. Like, dude, the site's nice. Don't feel bad about any of this. Like, no, the site's nice, dude. I'm not a designer, so I'm not good at critiquing anyway. I will say there's a typo right there. It's fine. Typos happen. But that might be something that you start adding, right? Like add some kind of like spell checker. Well, I mean, no. Like there's no I between the T and the M. No. So the Z versus S, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like the lack of the I. Yeah, no worries. I would almost say like right, like is this driven? Right? Like are these like bullet points driven by those like tags that you were talking about? Not quite. Right? So like porting, right? It's either you completely drove the porting or you assisted with porting. So it's a little tough to make this like programmatically driven from these. So I could see that. Oh no, man. Like I like the site. Hell yeah, dude. No, this is awesome, man. Good work. Are you guys hiring? Not for me, but for anyone that might be in the UK. I'm guessing the UK. Yeah, no stress. Like, not a big deal, dude. All right, so concept artist. All right. Yeah, we're a big fan of like, if you got something and you're hiring, we're happy to talk about it here. So yeah, no stress. Thank you for sharing though. I love chatting about this stuff. And I also love procrastinating working on the bug that we have right now. All right, let's fix this bug. Yeah, we just randomize your ignored listeners and all that. Yeah, for sure. Duh. I will say though, Jared, if you wanted to give Messijo the old college try so you could respond to people talking about your games, I'd happily give you a unicorn license. And then I'd happily take any feedback you have for me. You definitely can, Celestial. Yeah, absolutely. You completed your feature? Hell yeah. Does that mean you can sleep now, Brainless? Yeah, Jared. Like, just sign up. Let me know, and I'll give you a unicorn license. Eventually, if you find value in it, I'd love it if you pay for it, but I'm not worried. Like, nickel and diming 5 users is not the path to profitability. Right? So, yeah, like, not worried about it. I'm happy to give out licenses for people to test and use this thing and give valuable feedback. That makes up for whatever I would make off of it. No, I'm not even looking for right away. Like, once it actually has value, right? No stress, no big deal. But yeah, any testing you want to do, just let me know. Register, sign up, and yeah, I'll hook you up. In the keyword event listing page. Did I not do that? You're right. We missed that part, right? When we go to events, we forgot to put the icon there. Yes, we'll put the icon there after we fix this bug. You're totally right. We need an icon there. Fuck. We wanted to do that yesterday, and I forgot. Okay, so you're curious why ATProto uses Cbor instead of Protobuf and Avro. Or Avro. And, like, here's the funny thing. Like, Protobuf and Avro are basically the same implementation. There's, like, slight differences, but they actually, like, bake down to the same stuff. I was looking at this the other day. GitHub.com/cmgriffing. Anyone remember when we did this on stream? Hold on. You're not going to know until we find it. But anyone remember when we built that presentation about JSON versus Protobuf and like other things? We like, dude, it was a fun thing. Presentation. Let me get more music going too. Let's see. Presentation. Protecting. No, that's not it. Let's see. Data serialization. Damn, 2018. That is one of the first things we did here on stream. Damn, that's within like the first 3 or 4 months of stream. So very few people are going to remember that. But we did this presentation. We gave this talk at like Seattle Node.js, I think. Maybe APIs and IPAs, right? But the talk is like data serialization options. Why would you change it, right? So, but why? Well, thoughts going into this, right? You could save on bandwidth or CPU usage. Does gzip solve all this? No, because gzip from the client to the server is not recommended. And then when you look at the requests in billions, like how many billions of requests are happening on Netflix? How much data is served over the wire from, I don't know, wherever that link's from. So then, boom, formats. We look at JSON, XML. Most people don't want to deal with XML. I get it. And then warning, there be binary. So then we see Avro. We see Avro schema, right? The schema continued. We see bencode instead of bencode. Keep that in mind. We see bson. I would have rather called it bison, but whatever. Message pack, protobuf schema. Others implemented, unimplemented here, right? Flat buffers, thrift, YAML, SOAP. We didn't do any of those. And then we went and started like graphing these things. So the payload uncompressed between all of this. Well, yeah, bencode, message pack, Avro, protobuf. They're all smaller than JSON. bson and XML are not. But when we look at after gzip, well, then XML is actually competitive. So gzipped JSON is actually pretty damn small. It's actually smaller than protobuf. Like in a consistent way, especially when you're like looping over an array of things. So when people say like, oh, JSON, it's too verbose, you know what? It's still smaller than a protobuf packet. It's crazy. But Avro somehow ends up being smaller than protobuf because I believe Avro is not encoding the order of the props, which is something protobuf does, which is kind of powerful because protobuf, you can stop like processing this thing when you reach the prop that you care about. So if you have like a large payload, you can hit maybe like the ID and bail out real quick. So parsing these things can be very fast. So then if you're on the client, what is the library overhead? Well, yeah, right? JSON is free, so all of these other things are on top of what you're doing. And realistically, though, like XML, if you don't want to use a library, that stuff's built into the browser. But it sucks to use manually. So you're still going to want to use a library, probably. So then, yeah, like browser runtimes, let's look at encoding 10K worth of data. And I guess, hold on, was all of this... I forget how we got the content length here. That's all like independent, right? Like that's just the size of the payload. So this is all like CPU time. So in the browser, encoding 10K, right, of data, right? Roughly 10 kilobytes. XML ends up being faster. I thought that was a bug at first when we were doing this. Right? BEncode, way slower. But yeah, protobuf, message pack, Avro, XML, BSON, totally like worth checking out. What about encoding 100K? Well, yeah, like most of this actually is pretty linear. So it's not a big deal there. What about decoding 10K? Again, the XML is faster than JSON. And that's something that like seems like a bug, but no, browsers have optimized for XML in a major way since the before times, right? Since pre-Flash, you know? So yeah, like browsers are heavily optimized for XML because HTML is basically like an XML-like thing. So you can use a lot of the same parsers. So yeah, like the speed at which we can do these things, if you're in a browser environment, dude, they ship with all the libraries you need and they're heavily optimized. So what about Node CPU runtime? So this is Node.js. We still see XML really fucking fast because Node.js is just V8. It's just V8, man. But when we consider, yes, protobuf's speed is faster than Avro, but Avro's packet size is smaller, or like the bundle size, or whatever you want to call it, right? The content length. Then we keep going through, right? Decoding 10K. Well, okay, something to recognize is that encoding, you know, right? Node is really fast at encoding JSON, but decoding, protobuf and Avro can win. So if you're spending a lot of time decoding data on your server, you could have wins here. Something to think about, especially for like server-to-server stuff. And the big thing to recognize is maybe I messed up with my 10K to 100K because all I did was repeat the same like data structure X amount of times to get that basic payload size. But if I had done a better job of not having stuff that was like properly gzippable and like iterable, then maybe this would be different. And then recognize that this is all JavaScript and TypeScript. What about when we consider other languages like Go? Well, yes, inside of Go, we can look at some of these benchmarks and protobuf ends up being faster in Go than almost all these things. So Jared, in JavaScript, everything is single-threaded. Right? Because JavaScript is inherently like a single-threaded language. Right? You can farm stuff out to another thread, but then you have to like serialize the data between the threads or use something like a shared array buffer. Once you have to serialize the data, you lose any like gain you would have from parallelizing. But if you can use shared array buffer, then you're good to go. So on the server side of things, maybe you could make more use of your systems. But in general, when you're looking at parallelizing Node, you're better off spinning up like an entire new system, right? An entirely new VPS that's just a single core or a single thread or whatever. And then you just spawn another and do your work there, right? Rather than like spawning like extra stuff on that same machine. Yeah, a little bit. And again, like I haven't had to scale Node.js servers that much because it's just not something I do. And we, real quick, sorry. Someone asked a question about Elixir and I'll get to it, right? Ultimate Junker, if you're still out there. Let me just finish this rant. For sure. But yeah, what we can see is that in Go, protobuf is really fast because sometimes you're just dependent on the libraries that you're using more than anything. In Java, one of the fastest things you can do is actually like, where is it? Let me find it. Is it Jackson? It's either Jackson or JSONiter, where like JSON ends up being faster than protobuf in Java because the libraries are heavily optimized for it. And in Java, the JSON libraries that you're dealing with actually have a way of generating a schema to make parsing these things even faster. So they do like on-the-fly schema generation, which is really powerful. So then the summary, right? Browser speed, nothing beats JSON. But desktop browser inbound data, you could actually save 8% of your, like, bandwidth with Avro, even after gzip, which is crazy. Now, desktop browser outbound data, you could save up to 30% with Avro. But that data's free anyway, so it's maybe not worth it unless you care about the time it takes to send the data more so than than the cost of the data sending it is, right? For mobile data, right? Data is not free for the user. So yeah, mobile games, real-time stock or crypto data, bandwidth-limited IoT, consider these things. And server-to-server, that's going to depend on your server languages, but JSON is probably not what you want for server-to-server stuff. Now, if you trust the sources, it might be worth spending some time gzipping that data. But it really just depends on, are you CPU bound or are you bandwidth bound? And AWS is still going to charge you for outbound inter-region data, which means from server to server, they're still going to bill you for one side of that transaction. Even if inbound data is free, they're still charging you for the outbound data from your other microservice. And then, boom, right? Here's my citations, another BS, and there we go. So yeah, this was the talk I gave back in 2018. And it's something we worked on here on stream. We built this entire presentation here on stream. And I love just being curious about these things and being able to take something I was curious about and turn it into a talk that I can give elsewhere. So keep in mind, this is old data. If you wanted to really dig into it, you can. This is all here on this repo. Gzip is bad when dealing with already compressed things. Yeah, for sure. Right? So yeah, you wouldn't want to gzip your protobuf because it's already compressed. You wouldn't want to gzip a JPEG because it's already compressed. But any text content, yeah, gzip, major win. But what I would say is maybe try pulling this stuff down and rerunning the benchmarks or any of that stuff. Try it with your languages. Do your own benchmarking if you want, right? But it was a fun experiment. Just recognize, we haven't touched it in 7 years. So take it with a grain of salt. Benchmarks are only as valuable as when they were done, how they were done, and I might have messed up my methodology for benchmarking because it's not what I do for a living. I was curious. Z standard. I'm not aware of Z standard. Are you saying in the browser? So Z standard, is that shit, there's some other things in the browser that you can use. Is that the one that Google kind of popularized by supporting in Chrome, but other browsers took a while to opt into? Facebook created Z standard. Okay. What was the one that Google created? Zotfly or something like that? Botfly? No, not Botfly. That's actually a bug. I think it was Zotfly. There's Brotli. That's it, Brotli. I think there was another one, and maybe it's Zotfly or something, right? So maybe, yeah, I don't know. I don't remember. But yeah, Brotli is the one I was thinking of. I could have sworn there's another one that starts with a Z. That's not Z standard, but maybe inspired by. Or possibly using Z standard under the hood. So, you recently created a new MUD protocol, which uses Z standard, but is open to other compression algorithms as well. You standardize it. Cool, man. Oh, that's huge. Does Z standard still have the same problem that gzip has, right? Like, is Z standard still vulnerable to like a zip bomb kind of thing, right? So like you can't trust it from the client. Because that's the major reason you don't want to gzip stuff from the client to the server. Because like a zip bomb is totally possible. And you can do stuff to mitigate that, but it requires like extra effort, right? You can like a certain amount of RAM. And then if that RAM fills up, well then yes, you're probably being attacked. But that then requires that you understand how big every payload you're going to be accepting is, and you add some buffer to it for that stuff to grow a bit. That requires like effort to make sure you're staying ahead of it. But fascinating stuff. Yeah, like a decompressed size limit. Exactly, right? Like realistically, you just put like a maximum cap on like the RAM that you allow that thread for the decompression or whatever, right? But that requires that you have a very keen understanding of what data you're actually accepting and what the maximum like limits of that are. Which is important anyway, right? Like no one should accept a 1 gigabyte JSON payload to their API. That's a problem. And I should probably start figuring a bit of that out too. Yeah, when people say backend is easy, they don't recognize that these things have to be thought about because these things are not easy, right? Like actually understanding your application to that level. And when people say front end's easy, right? They think front end is just a bit of HTML and CSS without understanding how state management works. Nobody's job is easy. Recognize that everyone gets paid for a reason, and that's important. I think so much of dev life in general would benefit from recognizing nobody's job is easy, right? Your project manager, their job isn't easy. They have to sit in Jira all day. You don't want to do that. Yeah, I'm glad they get paid to do that because I don't want to do it. Designers, oh, their job's easy. They just pick fonts and fiddle with pixels. Do you want to do that? No. Fiddling with pixels? Everyone has opinions about pixels. Do you understand how much hassle designers deal with from like their stakeholders? Way more than us as coders. Yeah, exactly, right? Like nobody's job is easy. Designers have to do like client interview, like user interview sessions. You don't want to do that. Fuck that shit. Nobody's job is easy, and that will make you just get along with all your coworkers so much better. Just have a little bit of that like empathy. But real quick, let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. I love this song, by the way. I'm going to miss this song. But yeah, what is a mud protocol, actually? I'm curious about that. I'm guessing like multi-user dungeon, that kind of gaming stuff. But BRB, let me pee. All right. It's actually a protocol. Oh, I didn't realize it was like a proper protocol. I just thought it was like the protocol you made for the mud, not necessarily like the mud protocol. Oh. You thought muds ended at the end of the 90s? I don't know. I'm willing to bet there's still someone out there that has to maintain some Flash shit. Like, nothing's ever dead. Man, just burps for days. Burping so fast we can't even increment the counter quick enough. All right, so hold on. I mentioned transport costs in my presentation, which raised a question for you. In games, you use a lot of bare metal for raw performance and value prop, but it seems most software as a service is AWS Azure. Is there a reason people don't use bare metal in software as a service as often? Usually use that in games to scale, but not as your backbone. Bare metal has a cost. Like, who's hosting your bare metal? Where does it live? How do you source that stuff? How do you scale that bare metal when you need to? Whereas, like, the cloud is scalable at the push of a button within seconds, right? Hopefully less than a second. So I think that's a big part where it depends. And again, I'm not an expert with this stuff. I'm just the one talking. Ease is the most important thing, right? Like, if you think about the most costly thing that you do as a dev, your time is more expensive than any hardware cost you're going to pay for. So we're a little bit in rant mode because maybe I'm just procrastinating this bug, but we're going to solve this bug before we leave today for sure. Missile. We've got this link right here. This is an important lesson to be learned about, like, the economics of what you're doing. So, the premise is someone received a message, and the only programs I know of with deliberate memory leaks are those whose executions are short enough and whose target machines have enough virtual memory space that running out of memory is not a concern. This class of programs includes many student programming exercises and some simple applets and utilities. It includes few, if any, embedded or safety-critical programs. And then the person actually writing this email chimes in, Kent Mitchell. I'm not familiar with who they are, but that's who wrote this. They said, "This sparked an interesting memory for me. I was once working with a customer who was producing onboard software for a missile. In my analysis of the code, I pointed out that they had a number of problems with storage leaks." That's a memory leak in this context. "Imagine my surprise when the customer's chief software engineer said, 'Of course it leaks.' He went on to point out that they had calculated the amount of memory the application would leak in the total possible flight time for the missile and then doubled that number. They added this much additional memory to the hardware to support the leaks. Since the missile will explode when it hits its target or at the end of its flight, the ultimate in garbage collection is performed without programmer intervention." So just think about that, right? How many hours would this contractor have to spend fixing the memory leaks versus the cost of just adding extra RAM to the hardware, right? The extra RAM is something they can build into the cost to the customer. It's a lot harder to build in that developers like contracting time. Developer time is your most expensive resource. Optimize around that. No, I'm not kidding. This is fully real, dude. Yep. Increasing the RAM might have cost an extra, what, $5, $10, maybe $100? This engineer is probably billing by the hour. They're probably at least a $100 an hour engineer as a contractor. Probably more than that, maybe even $200, $300 an hour, because they're working on missiles. How many hours do you think they'd have to spend to do that? At least, let's say a day, probably multiple days, to rewrite this thing to not leak any memory. You're looking at thousands of dollars in engineer time that is a lot harder to amortize towards the cost of the missile you're selling to a customer. When instead, you can just increase the cost per missile by, what, $50 to $100? Fuck it. So at some point, hardware doesn't fucking matter. And that's the world we live in. It's not enough knowing that what your program is doing. Hold on, wait. You feel like that's enough not knowing what your program is doing, the memory leak could be 10 times as bad randomly and you wouldn't know. No, because you test these things. Like, you can just run simulations. You can run this hardware for X amount of time and see how much it leaks. In general, memory leaks are actually kind of linear. Memory leaks happen at a specific case during a loop. When you're flying a missile, what do you think is going to happen that's out of the ordinary? No, the missile's just flying and calculating its path. It's not going to grow exponentially at some random occurrence. All these things are just part of the loop. You calculate how much it could leak in that loop, and you're done. Right? Yeah, like, to fix the memory leak might involve changing the tests. Ooh, the tests have been signed off on by like a third party or whatever, right? The cost of doing that is not worth it. At some point, right, depending on what you're doing, hardware is far cheaper than developer time. There are cases where that's not true. But those are the edge cases. The common case is just throw some hardware at it. That's why billion-dollar businesses are still built on Ruby on Rails. Shopify. Yeah. Shopify is a massive Ruby application. Sure, they have microservices and all that stuff. But developer time is their most expensive resource. Anyone remember when DHH was bragging about this monster machine getting 14,000 requests a second? That's dog shit. That's fucking terrible, dude. A single Node.js server can serve 14,000 requests a second. Like a really like not beefy Node.js server can serve 14,000 requests a second. But it doesn't matter because the developer experience and the time to develop features with Ruby on Rails trumps whatever cost they would spend on the hardware to serve that application. As a dev, one of the biggest things you can do to level up to senior is to understand the cost of things. Being business-minded is really important towards getting to that senior level. Absolute performance is just masturbatory. It's mental masturbation. Are you solving the problem within the budgets that you have? Can you solve more? Because features have more value than hardware optimization in most cases. That's a thing that I think the Primogen really does miss when he's talking about these things on stream, right? And it makes sense because he has worked at Netflix, right? Like, you know, he doesn't anymore, but he worked at Netflix for around 10 years, not in a business-facing role. He was there to optimize things. It makes sense he would care about that optimization. But you know what would have been worse? If they optimized it first rather than just launching. If they had let the Primogen make everything perfect first, they wouldn't have shipped first, and someone else might have actually taken the market share. That's where I think Primogen and like Spiridon and all these people who are very like performance critical and performance sensitive, they miss the actual business case about these arguments. And it doesn't mean they're stupid. It just means that it's not the thing they think about. And that's fine. But it's really what I push back the most on when I see Spiridon talking about these things. Because he's a front-end dev that should know better. Like, I wouldn't want to adopt any code base that he built with some custom ad hoc framework instead of something standardized like React. He's a very cool dude. I'm not saying he's bad. I'm just saying, like, some of his opinions about our lack of concern for performance are kind of unfounded because they don't consider the business case. The business case is more important. It really is. There's a reason we get paid. We get paid to solve business problems, not make perfect software. I understand stability. Yeah, stability has value, but like all of these things have nuance, right? Even what I'm saying has nuance, right? What Spiridon says has nuance. What you're saying there, Osigos, has nuance. There's always going to be an edge case to any of these statements we make. But we're paid to build software that solves a problem and makes the company money. We're not paid to write the most performant, perfect software ever written. That's nobody's job, pretty much ever. And if you're not taking that mind to how you think about solving problems at work, you're never technically a senior dev, in my opinion. A senior dev thinks about the business case. And I should have mentioned that when someone asked about, like, how do they level up to senior? I don't remember if I mentioned that when someone asked the other day. Let me get another album going. 1 second. Ooh, this one's good. It's a short album, but this one's good. So yeah, like this is one of my absolute favorite articles of all time. I need to archive it just in case it disappears or something. Yep. Yeah, exactly, Jared. Right? In game dev, right? Like an artist spending extra time on a game asset to make it perfect rather than good enough. Ain't nobody got time for that. I got bronchitis. Sorry, yeah, I was referencing the shit, what's that meme? Ain't nobody got time for that. Like, you know, like, yeah, for sure. Man, that's an old meme, but a good one. Yeah, exactly. All right, so let's get back to fixing this bug, I guess. I guess. All right, so let's see if we can get this logged in. Oh. Shit. All right, so we got a lobsters bug. We need to fix that first. All right, so they're saying the problem is at line 15. Okay, brainless. So yeah, like what's the right fix for this then? Should I just do dot latest ID and call it good? Right, because this getter, well, hold on, right? Like this could be nil. So I could do the access.get thing. My main gist is I want to handle this being nil. And I thought get in would be the right way to do that, but maybe not. A question mark dot syntax would be really nice, like a safe navigation operator. Right, just let it coalesce to nil if it's not there. I thought that's what get in was giving me, but maybe not. The field will always be there. It's just the value which can be nil. No. Get RSS history can return a nil. So this is looking for something in the database that could come back nil. It's using a get by. So this value coming back could be nil. So then I thought get in would be nice because it'll accept a nil and fail out in the right way. But maybe not. I mean, we could do a case. That's maybe not the way I would do the case, though, right? Like, I don't need to pattern match on the struct. I can just pattern match on nil, and then otherwise we're good, right? Yeah. So, like, what I would do is I'd actually match on the nil rather than the struct. But, yeah, I think... Is that really the only way to do this? That's a little annoying. Thought we could do it a little more elegantly, but yeah, whatever. Whatever. Yeah, I don't like that one either. God damn it. All right, so we got that pushed up. That should solve that bug. But yeah, of course, we're gonna have other bugs. Wait, nested too deep. Yeah, that's fine. At some point, I would love to just turn an LLM loose to solve some of these like nested too deep issues, like extract functions and make them private and just, yeah, there we go. Right? Like, dude, this chunk right here could be abstracted, right? Like a bunch of these chunks could be abstracted, right? The reduced while could be abstracted. I don't know, man. Like, even if I just did it myself, right? It's one of those things that we should do eventually. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm fine with what we got there. All right, so let's go back to solving the bug at hand. It's here in keyword controller. We go to keywords here on localhost and we go modify one, edit, clear the BS. All right, so what do we see get logged? And before we get too deep, yes, I'm going to go slice another line. Ignored users to remove. Ignored users to create. Wait, what? Why are we seeing two of those? All right, so yeah. No, debugging this requires a bit of effort, and effort requires whiskey. BRB, give me a sec. Okie dokie. So how's everyone doing today? And yeah, so this is like the big part of what we're doing. Yeah, keywords I don't care as much about. This is the part. This is it. Hmm. You're doing well, Daniel? Hell yeah, dude. How's my Tuesday? Anything exciting happen at work or life? Did I win the jackpot? I mean, every day I'm streaming, I feel like I won some kind of jackpot. Because I just love doing this stuff, man. I could just work on side projects and y'all hang out and chill. Man. Why would I ever want to work on side projects offline? I don't know. Ooh, we're running low on the water. Might have to pour some more of that here soon, but I think we're good for now. Do you mind saying where? If not, no stress. No big deal. Do not dox yourself if you don't want. But yeah, that sounds fun, man. So they're paying for like all of that shit, right? Hotel, flight, per diem meals, like all that stuff. Like, dude, that's the best. That's the best. I have some work travel coming up too. I'm getting paid to fly to Dallas. All right, so that's not as fun. But I'm getting paid to go to San Fran. That's pretty cool. You're going to Illinois. Sorry, bad joke. They pay for the hotel, rental car, and food. Yeah, that's awesome, man. Dude, that's huge. That's huge, dude. The amount of traveling you do as an engineer is insane. Wait, really? How often do you travel for work? I'm curious about that. Like, I'm a DevRel and I only travel a couple times a year. Like a few. A handful. Yeah, handful. So, All right, so there we go. Let's try and update this again like it's terrible, right? Totally fucking broken. But I go blue sky here. Wait, what? That was a weird one. I was wondering if maybe this is, and hold on, based on that, network. Actually, we're going to see it when we log the request anyway. We click save keyword, it theoretically works, and then... Ah, shit. I should have ignored most of it, but okay, we're good. This is the right place. Shit, no, it is a front-end bug. It's fully a front-end bug. Okay, all right. No, that's actually so much fucking easier. All right. Hold up. I'm messing something up on the front end when we do that. Okay. Huh. All right, let me get another album going. Yeah, this is actually a front-end bug. The data over the wire just ain't right. That data ain't right. All right. So we got to fix the front end part before we can actually figure out why the back end part's broken. Here's the crazy part. That was broken before we added lobsters, though. So I'm not sure why it seems like a new bug. But okay. So we are editing a keyword. It's going to be keyword form where this stuff happens. We see platforms there, but ignored users is actually our bug. Oh, and hold on. So, Daniel, you told your managers recently that your travel needs to slow down, your workload is a ton, and you're not getting stuff that you're supposed to, right? Like, you're not getting stuff done that you're supposed to, right? Because, like, dude, travel time takes up a chunk. Like, honestly, I would say, like, let the travel be its thing, and then just tell them, like, they got to assign you less tickets. Unless you dislike the traveling part. But one of those two things, you know, has to change. So I get that. I totally get that. I mean, traveling for work can be kind of fun. It just depends. Like, do you have any reason to be home? Kind of stuff. If you got family, like, yeah, you'd probably rather be with your family.
And real quick, I missed a follow. Damn, that was like an hour ago. I missed a couple follows. So Ahmed Rami Gamer, thank you, and Golden Experienced 4C, thank you. Appreciate the follows. Being 6'4", damn, like the weight doesn't even matter at that point. Yeah, traveling sucks. I'm a Hobbit person. Like when I get a whole row to myself, I can actually like curl up into the fetal position and sleep on like the row of seats. I doubt you can do that. So yeah, that sounds like it sucks. Yeah, dude, bummer. But when I get like a full row to myself on a plane, fucking beautiful, dude. It's so nice. Yeah, and I get that, Daniel. What I would just simply say is like frame it to business on like what they consider more important. Is you traveling to where you're traveling worth more than an extra ticket or two per week? And they might decide that it's more valuable that way. So, I don't know. Like as long as you're not actually upset by the traveling part, at least give them the option, right? It's either less tickets or less travel, right? A lot of people don't like to be told what to do. They like being given options. And this goes into like what we were talking about earlier, right? Where being an engineer that cares about the business case really puts you above engineers that don't. But I would say at least frame it that way. Like it's either less travel or it's less tickets, you know? Well, can't you work on your tickets while you're at the airport or on the plane? Boy, that sucks. Like, dude, yeah, miserable. Miserable experience having to like knock out a ticket on a plane and your internet connection's failing. Like, ugh. Yeah, exactly. Like it sucks. It totally sucks. For sure, man. But they may value your travel more so than they value your tickets. Like let that be up to them. And then be ready for them to change their mind in a month or two. And then be ready for them to change their mind again in a month or two. And then be ready for them to change their mind again in a month or two. Like, you know, in perpetuity. That's science. No, no, and I get it, dude. Nothing wrong with venting. Like, dude, you're totally fine. None of this seemed like over the line. Let me just point that out. Thoughts on being put on 2 teams within an IT department? As long as your salary compensates for it, then you should be good. If not, sending out a resume is free to another company. Sounds to me like they're paying you as like a staff engineer without actually, or they're making you a staff engineer without the accompanying paycheck. Because that's what a staff engineer kind of does, right? Not literally being on 2 teams, but they help teams work together and solve problems, right? Staff and principal engineers, that's their job. They are like cross-cutting concerns. If your pay is accommodating that, then yeah, that's the job. But if not, well, yeah, you should be applying for other staff engineer roles and using the experience you have right now as part of the interview process. When were times that you had to work out problems between 2 teams? You actually have really good experience with what that is. So it depends, like, staff eng is like a thing, and you can look at it. It's basically the career path afforded to software developers instead of management, right? But it often involves multiple team communication and development. So I would say start reading some of these articles and things on this page, and they will give you a little more insight into the fact that are you working as a staff engineer without the paycheck or title? Because titles are meaningless. If you can talk about the stuff you're doing and it fits the bill of what they're describing as a staff engineer, yeah, dude, you could get a staff engineer role at other companies. When you look at something like levels.fyi, right? Like, recognize that staff engineer is a level above software engineer, and principal is a level above senior staff. So this is a way to just simply like progress your career in a way that maybe you weren't aware of, because smaller companies typically don't have these titles. But what you're doing does qualify for that kind of stuff at other companies. Theoretically. I don't know for sure, but go read about what the average staff engineer has to do at work and see if that is what you're doing. If not, no, they're just double working you and you're paying the cost, which I would still start sending out resumes. But just consider, if you're a senior engineer, right? We click that. At Google, you could make 400K, like 200 salary, and then 160 stock. Bumping up to staff, right? Like, you might not make these numbers at your job, but you should be going from senior to staff, making an equivalent jump in salary on like proportion. Here's one thing to remember though, going from a small fish or like being a big fish in a small pond, you may be staff there. Be ready to take a lower title for the same compensation at like a bigger company. So that's something to consider, right? Title inflation happens at small companies very heavily. Responsibility inflation happens at small companies very heavily. They will typically never compensate you for the actual like value you're bringing because they can't afford to. But at bigger companies, you may take like a title downgrade for a salary upgrade. And that's valuable. That's massively valuable. Yeah, you might take a title hit, but still for like either the same or better pay. And that's totally fucking worth it. So do not cling to your title. right? Do not cling to a title. Cling to your compensation. Don't take a fucking pay downgrade. Unless the circumstances and everything lend it that way. Like there are senior, let me just say, like senior staff, principal engineers at Google that will happily take a pay downgrade to go somewhere else for a better work-life balance or something, you know? Right? For more impact on what you do day to day, right? Like all that stuff. So just recognize, don't cling to a title, but you have been, at least as far as you've described it, doing somewhat staff level stuff. All right, so IT is tougher. IT is not in these same pay bands, and it's not the same thing. So you're not a software developer, you're an IT systems engineer. So that's tougher. I get it. You may consider branching out to DevRel. And then DevRel is right in line with this stuff. Or not DevRel, sorry. DevOps. Brain fart. I meant DevOps. But maybe not. So IT is a different beast. Keep that in mind, right? The reason they're having to send you places is because you got to like be there, like setting up the hardware bullshit or whatever. Like I don't know. I've never worked IT, but I do just want to point out, IT people with any kind of like software sensibility could absolutely branch out into DevOps. Yeah. Just remember that IT is a different beast. If you want to go into like staff software engineer roles, your software dev chops are going to have to be like pretty on point. Which you can just practice for. But yes, IT is a separate thing, so I may be misspeaking. But I do still think, as you're reading through some of that staff engineer stuff, at the bare minimum, you should be leveling up your, like, wherever you can get within IT as, like, the next level. Because, dude, that's huge. So I don't know, right? Just use it as leverage for your next role. It's so much easier to get a new job with a better salary than it is to get a raise from your current company. I don't understand why companies are willing to churn people versus pay them what they're worth, but they do it. It's like, it is what it is. But you don't ever want to be like, well, I can get this with another company, and then your company's like, we'll match it. Because they're actually looking to kick you out the door the moment. They just don't want to like let you go immediately. In general, do not let a company try and match you. It just doesn't work. Part on good terms and you can come back later for what they said you could be worth, but don't let them match you. Because you've already basically burned that bridge. Not literally burn the bridge, though, right? Like, there's a big thing. You can go to another company, grow as an engineer, and come back to a company. That is possible. That's a thing you can do. It's rare, maybe? Sure. Because if they weren't willing to pay you what you're worth, how willing are they going to be to pay you what you're worth when you come back? That's up to them. But it's a fresh, like, slate at that point versus being the person that strong-armed them into paying you more and they're looking to replace you immediately. Yeah, companies that don't do, like, proper compensation, they're shooting themselves in the foot, but they're playing a numbers game. and you got to play the same numbers game. And the Boomerang employees are not a bad thing because you understand the business. Like, there's a lot less onboarding you have to deal with, right? People are already aware that you're fun and cool to work with. Like, it's an actual, like, easier thing to boomerang back to a company if it's something that they're open to and they're willing to pay you what you're worth. But don't let them talk you into staying, because that's almost always a bad thing. Ooh, don't hold out for that. Something might change next year. Yeah, you found a better job. That's what'll change next year. Just find a better job, dude. Nah, man. Dude. Hell no. Hell no. You should be looking elsewhere. This is up to you. This is your life, but I would not trust any of that shit, dude. Do not let them kick that can down the road. They'll keep kicking that can. Yeah, I would push way back on that one. If they can't pay you now, they're not going to pay you next year. It's not going to happen, dude. There's always some other thing. Someone's going to collect a bonus that would have been your raise. Right? Someone's going to get a bonus for not paying you versus you actually getting the raise that you thought you were going to get. All right, BRB, though. Let me pour some more water. Yeah, if there's a problem, why aren't they addressing it now? Why is it maybe next year? Like, dude, that maybe is doing a lot of heavy lifting, as Robert Table said. You know, man? Like, I don't know. Yeah, exactly, right? Chunk of lime on my keypad. Come on, get out of here. All right, there we go. Yeah, right? I'm not trying to make you feel unhappy. If you're happy where you are, that means a lot. But also, from what you're saying, like the fact that you framed it as venting, are you that happy? I would definitely start trying other stuff. Doesn't mean you'll find it, but, you know, you never know if you don't try. And yeah, the best way to get a raise is to get a new job. I personally think I'm worth at least 200K as a DevRel. I'm not making that. But keep in mind, as much as I've said about this stuff, I do believe in loyalty. The company I'm at gave me a chance as a DevRel that no other company was giving me. They deserve a bit of loyalty from me, whether it's the right move or not. It's something that I can live with, and I'm doing it because my conscience needs it, right? So yes, I definitely think I could make tens of thousands of dollars a year more for the value I provide. But I do have this bit of like loyalty and conscience that maybe shoots me in the foot. But I can live with myself. And I think that's important. At some point, yes, I'll go where I could be paid more. Will I do it right now? Hell no. Because I like the people I work with, and I don't think I've paid back the goodwill that they paid forward, you know? But at some point, dude, tens of thousands of dollars a year more in money, right? Multiple tens of thousands. Like, dude, I could use that money. An extra 40K a year would go towards down payment, you know? But again, I do believe in loyalty to a degree. To a fault. I stayed at one company way longer than I should have. Yeah, I know. I kind of want to order butter chicken now, just thinking about it. Shit. Do you realize how much more bourbon an extra 40 grand is? Woo! Enough to drink myself to death, so I should probably be careful about that one. You know? Yeah, there you go, talented. Like, let me just point out, you're more talented than I. Dude, 300K is insane. Man. Yeah, I don't even know what I'd do with 300K a year. I have no idea. No idea. Zero benefits and no other comp. Were you a contractor? Because as a contractor, that's a different thing. Full-time employee, but zero benefits? That's weird. All right, so then if you consider the cost of health insurance and doing your own like retirement savings and all that, you're making like 220. Maybe 240. Still pretty good. Oh, they did do a 401k match. Oh, dude, shit. All right, so you were making like 260, 280, somewhere in there, right? Like, dude, health insurance is not that expensive. Dental insurance is dirt cheap. Like, health insurance is what? If you're paying out of your own pocket, $300 to $500 a month, that's $6 grand a year. Max. That's not bad. Okay, yeah, I get it. Dude, yeah, that's not bad at all, dude. Other benefits, sure, right? Dude, eye exams and some of that shit, like, so cheap. Dude, you can pay for your own fucking health insurance, and it'll cost you $6 grand a year. If you have a family, maybe 10 grand a year. Dental and vision, dude, that's like $150 a month. Like, dude, that's fucking cheap. That shit's cheap. Right? Like, there are companies out there that will pay you less and gaslight you into thinking that, hey, we're giving you medical insurance. That's worth like 40 grand a year, right? No, it isn't. It's worth max 6 to 10. Max. But there are companies that'll gaslight you into thinking it's worth way more than that. All right. Anyway, more music. More music. Here we go. We need that word replacement. I mean, I bet you got the channel points for it. Right, like that face. I feel like it would need to be a GIF. If you want to make a GIF out of that, just let me know. Ah, you're on the phone. Okay. I am bad with you? Wait, what? Those are words. I don't know what they mean together in this context. Whatever. All right, let's dig back into whatever this bug is. It's definitely a front-end bug, though. I want to solve this bug before we're, like, done today. It is warm enough. I don't really feel like cooking tonight, though. So I'm going to have to figure out what food I order after we solve this bug. Depending on timing. So I don't think it's the select dropdown that's our problem right now, at least. It's this input. Yeah, I still want to do the same thing for all of these, though. When I just want to say, anyone playing PoE 2? Dude. The Hollow Palm Monk is really fucking good. Like, I have, like, soloed a bunch of fucking bosses that I couldn't solo with my fucking archer. Like, dude, he's just so much tankier to where, like, I don't get one shot immediately, and, like, it's basically the same damage, but I don't have to, like, throw down a bunch of the same shit. I can just spam the one ability. Dude. Yeah, if you play PoE 2, Hollow Palm Monk is quite good. Like, pretty damn good. So much so that I think they're going to nerf it in the next patch. Right? Like, the next season. But they won't do it now because they promised not to do that shit mid-season. So it's worth doing right now for sure. And yeah, I will say, like, we're late enough that I don't think James or Wormbane are trying to play some games tonight, which we could have done. But it's already too late for them, right? Time zones, man. Fucking bullshit. Time zones is 4:50 a.m. Damn, dude. So you basically sleep until the sun's gone away, right? Are you a vampire? You might be a vampire. I don't know if you know that. You might be a vampire. If you moved to New York, you'd experience 0 jet lag. That's a win. That could be a thing, dude. There are people hiring in New York right now. New York is rapidly approaching, like, its own, like, Silicon Valley kind of moment. Seriously, like, there's a bunch of companies hiring in New York in the same way that they'd be hiring in San Fran kind of shit. I've looked at and considered a few, but I don't know. I like snowboarding too much, and East Coast snowboarding sucks. There are massive amounts of companies in New York hiring software devs, for sure. They do want you in the office, but I don't know. If you've never lived in a big city, that'd be the big city. Yeah, Silicon Alley? Oh, shit. That is such a good name. And it's so, like, perfect. You're not wrong. Yeah, dude, Silicon Alley. Silicon Alley. Now, Silicon Cornfield would be like, is there anywhere in the Midwest that has a tech scene? Where would Silicon Cornfield be? Like, where do we think there's, like, a burgeoning tech scene in, like, the Midwest? It's like a lifestyle from the books. Indiana? All right, maybe Indiana. Yeah, so hold on, Celestial. If you've never heard of Bill Hicks, he's a comedian that makes some awesome jokes. One of the things he's joked about is, yeah, I get a lot of, like, non-smokers coming up to me, right? We're talking cigarettes here. Non-smokers come up to me like, hey, Bill, you quit smoking, you get your sense of smell back. I live in New York City. I don't want my sense of smell back. Is that urine? I think I smell a dead guy. Hey, honey, come check it out. Someone peed on this dead guy. And then he has another bit that's pretty good too. It's right, and it's in the same routine, so sorry for the spoiler alert, right? But it's Yul Brynner came out with that commercial, after he was dead. Like, I'm Yul Brynner and I'm dead now. Cigarettes killed me. Right? Don't smoke. Well, sure, right? They could do that with anyone. They could do that for that Jim Fix guy that, jogged, ate nothing but tofu and nuts. He's dead, right? He talked about how Yul Brynner would drive by him, on his drives in the morning, right? He's still coming home from partying. Jim Fix is up there running at the crack of dawn, right? They're both dead now. But could you imagine if they made one of those about me, Bill Hicks, right? I'm Bill Hicks and I'm dead now. Cigarettes didn't kill me. A bunch of angry non-smokers after a show kicked the shit out of me. I tried to run. They were faster than I. I tried to hide. They heard me wheezing. Some of them smelled me. Right? Like, dude, he does the callback thing so fucking well that it's like, dude, that's hilarious. Some of them smelled me. It's just, I don't know. It's just such a good bit. Bill Hicks is the best. He's the best. Greatest comedian of the past, 40 years? Sure. As like George Carlin was falling off, Bill Hicks was coming up. If I'm being honest, George Carlin never fell off. He just needed to pass the torch. That's all. Oh, did it? Yeah, Bill Hicks died at 32. No. It was actually Hicks that got censored. Because rednecks are fragile individuals these days. The fuck your feelings crowd somehow has a lot of feelings. Ooh, GS Bolt, it's not even about the power. Power is the easy part. Where are they going to find water to cool that shit? The ocean? Nah, dude. You got to purify that water because the salt will clog all of your, bullshit. When someone's about to build a data center, the first thing they actually figure out? Not power, water rights. They won't build a data center unless they've secured water rights. Maybe, desalinization is going to be the big thing. Mm-hmm. The same communities that fracking fucked up. Light speed, you'd be surprised. Even next to a river, the more water you siphon off that, the more you fuck up shit downstream. Like fish and all sorts of shit. You can't do that here in the US because fucking with fish fucks up all sorts of ecosystems. Fucking with salmon going upriver? Nah, dude, you're messing up an entire fucking ecosystem, not just the fish. You'll have more bear attacks. You'll have more all sorts of shit because they can't get food elsewhere. Like, dude, it gets crazy when you start fucking up, like, water ecosystems. It gets really gnarly. The insects that salmon eat? I wasn't aware that salmon eat insects. I actually don't know what salmon eat. So yeah, maybe, Robert Tables. I hadn't thought about it. Yeah, touche. It's all connected for sure. I was not aware that salmon eat insects, though. I don't know what salmon eat. So yeah, you're right. I don't know, man. I have no idea. Everything is not fully balanced. That's a myth that tree huggers want us to believe too. Nah. Like, the entire environment's always in flux. The entire environment's always in flux. Right? No, not everything is balanced. That would ignore the fact that the planet would change without us. The planet would go through cycles of ebbs and flows, etc., right? But things try and work themselves out in a way that we fuck up. I think that's the better way of phrasing that, right? Nature is never in balance. Hell no, dude. All sorts of things fuck up that balance, right? Weather in general fucks up every balance that's ever been made. Things matter and might even out at a time, but to think that they always do is to ignore the fact that the planet's been changing forever, right? And that's where, like, a lot of the arguments about, like, well, did we cause global warming? Was it just the planet warming on its own, like, due to the cycle coming out of the ice age and blah, blah, blah? Like, come on, assholes. Look at the numbers after the Industrial Revolution, and no, it's not this ebb and flow. We've fucked that up. But it's very different, right? Nature is never in balance. That doesn't exist in nature in general. But that doesn't mean that we have the right to fuck it up. Yeah, right? Nature does not have equilibrium ever. But it's closer to equilibrium than the shit that we do to fuck it up. I'll concede that point. But the hippies that think, dude, the animals would never attack a human if they had enough food to eat. Bullshit. Bullshit. If it's easier food to eat, the animals would still attack us. Cougars wouldn't attack humans if they just simply had enough food to eat. Bullshit, because we're easier food than whatever they're hunting. Food is food, right? But there are hippies out there that would make you believe otherwise, and they're fucking wrong. But it is what it is. Your cat would absolutely eat you. If I died in my apartment and I couldn't feed my cat, I hope my cat eats me. Like, dude, a dog that wouldn't eat some prevalent, easy meat and would just starve to death? That's a stupid fucking animal. Dude, come on. Cat, if I die, eat me. I'm okay with it. I'm totally okay with that. Dogs are fucking stupid. If I die around my dog, the dog should eat me. And a pit bull might. Plant cats early on in the crime scene for easy cleanup? No, they're not pigs. Nah. What we need to do is normalize pigs as pets. There you go. I've seen, what's the movie? Hold on. Snatch. I've seen Snatch. Shit. Which is why they say never trust a man with a pig farm. No, sir, the 16 cats ate the evidence. Yeah, exactly, right? There is something to be said, you know, right? The cats would start, like, licking the blood, etc. Like, I'm not saying you should do this, but what if you do murder someone and you just turn 16 cats loose? I don't think the legal system has tested this yet. That's what I'm getting at. We would have seen it on Law and Order by now, for sure. Yeah, just open a box of 16 cats and let them loose. Technically, it was originally a box of 16 cats, but 16 cats in a box equals 13 cats later. You put 16 cats in a box, you're not getting 16 cats back out. That's just how that works. Schrodinger's 16 cats. Yeah. We just crafted a whole new theory about Schrodinger's cats. You put 16 cats in a box, how many cats do you think you're getting out? Schrodinger's 16 cats theory. At least 7. I don't know. I'm just saying, how long were they in the box? The thought experiment did not stipulate. And I really don't want to test this. Please don't put me on some government list about this. Come on, man. We're just having fun. We're joking. I hope we're joking. I really hope you all realize that we're joking. At least one. All right. Touche. Also, it still depends on how long they were in the box. Because a cat needs to eat every 6 hours or they start to, like, metabolize their own body. I don't know if you know that, right? Cats will fucking die if they don't eat every 6 hours. It's really bad for their health if they don't eat every 6 hours. No, the cat just might die, right? Due to kidney failure, etc. Right? Just due to general organ failure. Yeah, cats are high maintenance, for sure. They absolutely need food every 6 hours or their organs go bad, basically. All right, back to debugging shit. Can we tell that I just don't want to figure out what the problem is here? Cats will eat anything? No, they won't. Actually, there's so much that cats should not eat. Yeah, cats actually have a very, very specific, like, dietary, like, need. Dude, yeah, no, cats will not eat everything. Cats can't metabolize fucking vegetables in the same way we do. They don't. Nah, man. Cats are pretty much purely like protein driven. Cats are absolute predators. They're not fucking scavengers in any way. Dogs are. Dogs are scavengers. Yeah, that kibble you're giving them is basically like dehydrated protein. For sure, right? Like the dry food you give a cat is basically pure protein. Because that's how cats survive. That's actually what they need. Any cat food that has like celery and carrots in it, that's bullshit cat food. They're just using that to like add weight to the shit they're selling you. Cats don't eat carrots and celery. Nope. They are pure predators. They need protein. They survive off the nutrients that the animals they eat consumed. If a cat eats a nutrient deficient animal, they are also nutrient deficient. It's that simple. Dude, yeah, cats are fascinating. And I love them. I prefer cats to a dog. Dogs are fun. They're okay, but man, I don't know. I'm a cat person. I prefer a cat. That's on me. I get it. No big deal. Hold on. Sorry, I got the burps slash hiccups. So give me a second. You can sleep with a cat scratching the crap out of your arm while kneading. They shouldn't be drawing blood while they're doing so. Otherwise, yeah, your cats are just waiting for you to die because you're a fat meal. But no, I get that. Like, I've had to figure out how to sleep with a cat between my legs because if I sleep, like with one, like I sleep on my side. I'll typically have one leg like straight and the other leg like curled up. Right? See what I'm getting at? And the cat will sit right here in the middle. So now, like, I have actually learned how to like turn over without disturbing the cat. Without crushing the cat. Yes, that's actually a skill of mine. As a side sleeper, I might do like the full fetal position and my legs are just like that curve. The cat will sit right in that curve. And I'm okay with it. I'll figure out how to switch over so I don't disturb the cat. God, are we hinting at the fact that I don't have a cat right now and I really want one? God damn it. I really want another cat. On your chest and face? Really? No, I've never had a cat do that one. Nah, cats, like, the cats I had growing up would always just do, like, the between the leg thing. They were good cats. God, I do miss them. The family cats lived to 18 and 19 years old. Those are super old cats, especially considering the fact that they would go outside. Outdoor cats living to 18 and 19? Dude, that's insane. Oh, it got used to sleeping there? No, so that makes sense, Celestial. But in general, the cats will find like a spot that they don't get disturbed as much. And yeah, between the legs is actually the biggest spot. Dude, cats are the best. God, I really want another cat. I really want another cat. I don't necessarily want to do it at this apartment. Next apartment? Sure. Or next place I own? Wink, wink. Double nudge, nudge. Yes, I'd love to own something where I could have a couple cats, you know? That'd be better. That'd just, God, that'd be so much better. You went to sleeping like a dead man to waking up every hour. I get that. In general, human beings don't realize it, and maybe you didn't realize it while you were like sleeping like a dead man, but you still wake up every like 3 hours, right? Like your REM cycles. Sure, there's like the smaller REM cycle that's like the 45 minutes and all that bullshit, and then like the hour and a half. But I remember distinctly going to sleep at basically the same time most nights and waking up 3 hours later, and I would see that shit. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. But like, dude, every 3 hours I would wake up and see like, oh yeah, whatever. Human beings wake up every 3 hours. But you just typically don't remember it. And it really does start to make sense. Like, when in our, like, million-year evolutionary cycle did sleeping for 8 hours straight ever fucking make sense? No, someone had to tend the fire. Someone had to make sure some animal wasn't gnawing on the rest of your fucking tribe, you know? Our entire sleep cycle is built around making sure that someone's not dead, basically, you know? Making sure the fire's still going. You definitely could, and there are studies built around that. Yeah, like the Uberman is insane, right? The Uberman sleep cycle is like you stay awake for like an hour and a half and sleep for like 30 minutes or something, which is just literally insane, but totally fucking doable, and doable because of how sleep cycles work. Instead, if you don't realize, back in like revolutionary times, right? We're talking like 1600s, 1700s. People would have a moment in the middle of the night. They would sleep for like 3 to 6 hours max, like probably like 3 hours. They'd wake up and they would do this like midnight thing where they might read a book or do some bullshit. And then they'd go back to sleep and wake up for, you know, cattle bullshit or like farm bullshit. That like waking up in the middle of the night and doing something was actually something that happened way before the Industrial Revolution, and the Industrial Revolution actually changed that because businesses needed their capital to work a solid 8 hours, etc. Right? Like a totally different thing. Naturally, we wake up for a period in the middle of the night. If you've ever gone to sleep at the same time every night and rolled over and looked at your clock when you wake up randomly, it's pretty much the same time every time, huh? I would challenge you to think about that. I've noticed that myself, at least. But yes, you could split up your sleep into 3-hour like chunks. Yeah, that's the thing. You definitely could. Anyone who remembers the early days of my stream would remember that I used to do the biphasic sleep cycle. I'd work, I'd do my stream, I'd go to sleep, I'd wake up, and I'd do more work, and then I'd do another stream, possibly on gaming. But yes, I used to do the biphasic sleep cycle where I would sleep twice a day. That's how Zed does it? Wait, who is Zed? I thought Zed was just like an IDE. Zed's a person? Oh, Zed A. Shaw. Oh, yeah. So he does the biphasic. Dude, biphasic's a thing, man. Yeah, absolutely. I used to do biphasic. Oh, that's actually super cool. I didn't know he did that. I used to do the biphasic sleep cycle at like an early part of my career here on stream, right? Back in 2018, 2019, even maybe 2020. Yeah, I used to do the biphasic for sure. No, we know who Zed is. Come on, Celestial. We raid him all the time, and he's a good dude. He does a 10 a.m. stream and a 10 p.m. stream. I recognize that he did those. I didn't know that he was like squeezing sleep in between them, which I find interesting. Like, dude, a 10 a.m. and a 10 p.m., I mean, that could just be someone like doing a normal sleep cycle with other shit in between, you know? So that's a different thing. But I didn't realize he was doing the biphasic. Like, dude, I used to do biphasic, for sure. So that makes a lot of sense. I get it. I totally get it. That's actually really cool. Man, I didn't, like, he's a really cool dude, by the way. I didn't realize we had that much in common. Like, I don't do it anymore because I have like a proper job. But man, yeah, I used to. And it was interesting. I really enjoyed it. And the cats that I had enjoyed it too. Like a biphasic company? No, every company needs to be 24/7. Nah, there's no such thing as a biphasic company. There's no such thing as a monophasic company. Like, no, they don't exist. Your business has to be 24/7. And that's all there is to it. Like, nah, man. Nah, doesn't make any sense for a business. Which is why businesses shouldn't be able to vote and spend money on corporate campaigns. Businesses don't have a sleep cycle. Businesses don't have a lifetime. Right? Businesses last way longer than a person does. Like, dude, a business should not have the same, like, say in political engagements as a person. Right? Citizens United is bullshit. Like, fuck Citizens United. Like, Celestial, you're not in the US, so you don't recognize. Like, I get it. But here in the US, dude, treating a business like a person is where all this shit fucked up. Like, that is actually the stemming point of where shit went wrong, because now billionaires can inject any money they want into politics. Whereas before, they couldn't. There was a limit. Yes, a business is treated as a person. but a business can't die in the same way a person can, right? A business doesn't have an expected lifetime. Like, dude, that was the worst fucking Supreme Court decision of all time because it paved the way for the shit we're dealing with today. Businesses can die, but they don't have the same lifetime constraints. I know a business can die, but it's not the same thing, Kenny. Dude, it is definitely not the same thing. Not even close. Like, I understand a business can die, but a business has no finite lifetime. And that's bullshit. Right? That is bullshit that someone argued for a business to have a say in politics, you know? Dude. No. Definitely not. Citizens United fucked up everything. And it paved the way for the bullshit we're dealing with today. Changed my mind. They just lied to people with the name of the thing, right? Citizens United. Oh, that sounds like, yeah, it's just for like us people. No, it was to pave the way for businesses being treated like people. And it's bullshit. It's totally fucking bullshit. Kenny, yeah, maybe 30 years ago, not today. But yeah, whatever. Yeah, no worries there, Celestial. Have a good night. We'll see you again soon. Nah, Kenny, what you're saying is maybe true 30 years ago. It's not true today. All right. So hold on. Let's clear some shit. Let's do some stuff. They tried to make Google sell Chrome. Did that happen? Did it? I don't think so. Google might sell Chrome eventually because LLMs are eating into their fucking search game. But that's a separate thing. I know they tried. That's a big thing. Like, Kenny, they tried. Did it happen? No. Definitely not. So yeah, like, try in one hand, shit in the other, and see which fills up first. Okay, so there it is. Where do we see these steps? Oh shit. All right, so we see like a clear progression for these things. Yeah, I'm trying to lose weight. Have I lost any weight? I lost some when I was 190. I'm still at 180 though. Yeah, I'm gonna have to like ride a bicycle every day of my life at this point just to get down to 160. Every single day of my life, I'm gonna have to ride like a half hour worth of bicycle. Do I want to? No, but I have to. I do need an exercise bike that I could bring right here into channel, and I'd have to have it here in where I am at. But you know, I could make it like a gaming stream thing. That's fine. I got like a stair stepper. Dude, my legs are still a little sore from the stair stepper. I do not have the space for a fucking bike in this room. No. I need to like make it big so I can have like a giant room. So I can actually like connect up these cables without having to like, I don't know, feel like a rat in a cage. Dude, yeah. I need a space for streaming. I can't afford it right now? Shit. I get it, talented, but I also value not getting this shit kicked out of me. Just saying. Just being honest. But we see a very clear progression here. Yeah, I don't think so. I disagree. All right, so what we ended up doing is the second thing we had in our list, we started typing out. Right, we see the prev, right, and this is all like text-based. This is the input. Right, both were blue sky and lobsters. The moment we edited this thing to delete stuff, right, our lobsters went to the top and the blue sky didn't. I actually have no idea why this is happening that way, right? Like, dude, we're mapping over the ignored users that we have. And the index that we're updating what is that value? So we map over the user index value. Dude, yeah, I don't know. Like, this is a tough bug to solve. All right, so hold on. Here's the thought. If I change this to blue sky and save, and we go back and edit, They're both still blue skies. So this is definitely like at the editor perspective. Like changing the ID value is fine, right? Like changing the platform totally fucking works. So that was not a bug. Let me just double check. Yeah, like, dude, that is persisting just fine. So our big issue is when we start typing, it has to do with this input specifically. So what am I fucking up here? We look at previous year. Let me clear what we're seeing. What? Ah, there we go. All right. Yeah, not available. Get out of here. All right. So we hit, oh my God, we hit L and it fucks that up. So we do the on change. Existing ignored user, we map over those. Sure. And the index that they're at. Right. And we're looking at this part where we have ignored user index. Hold on. Each child in a list should have a unique key prop. Am I fucking that part up? All right, let me zoom in. Because I don't think that's the issue. But if we start at the point where things messed up, we see the existing ignored user that we want to modify is at user index 0, but the ignored user is at index 1. Wait, what? Wait, what? Yeah, I don't know. I might need to stew on this. So, yeah, I don't know. Anyone see anything like jumping out at them? It's really here at the input level. Right? We see select, we see the input actually back to this here. I could order Indian food again. Like, honestly, that food was amazing. Who here has a thought about what I should be doing differently or better? I kind of want some ramen. Or I cook on my own. Fuck it. Where would I even order ramen from? Okay, so Kazuki could work. All right, so if I was gonna order ramen, do I want a garlic tonkatsu? All right, do I do some ramen? I haven't ordered ramen via DoorDash. Yeah, I don't know what the bug is here. Like, dude, we definitely got a bug. I gotta figure it out. It seems like a key issue. It really does. All right, I probably fucked up. Yeah, I ordered ramen from a nearby place. But yeah, like our mapping logic feels right, dude. Like I don't know what the bug would be. Almost feel like it should be something really simple. All right, no, I'm into that approach. Like I got food on the way, why not? Let's I have this component, but the uh ignored users is getting wonky. Right? Like, fuck it, you know? Potential console log overload. Yeah, they're not wrong. We should be doing use field array. Yeah, they're not wrong, and I was not doing that, but we probably should. They're not wrong. We should be using use field array for sure. It really doesn't feel like that's where the issue is, though. You're right. It's good to question it. But come on. All right, consider this section. Let's trace the scenario. How use field array solves this? Ooh, honestly, yeah, they could be right. Shit. All right. This is definitely wonky. Damn. They're using my own words against me. How dare they? Shit. No, it really does seem like the bug. Okay. Right? Because of how I'm treating like the keyword and the key. Yeah, I think it found it. This is definitely wonky. It's the cause of the wonky behavior. Damn it, man. Why are they using my words against me? All right, so let me go pee. Shit. Motherfucker. All right, let me go pee. It's too hot to cook. Okay, so yeah, doing our thing. Oh shit! Hold on. That was it. Nah, dude, we didn't have to change shit. We were returning the wrong value in the map.
Dude, that was it. Thank you, ChatGPT. And I get it. Yeah, should I have found that beforehand? Sure, maybe. But whatever. That was it. That was the total fucking bug. We got there, man. Fix it even with the console log overload. No, we logged everything we needed. We just didn't realize where the bug was coming from. But really, you know, ChatGPT with all the bullshit it was giving us, and technically Gemini 2.5 Flash, it hit on the right point. And this was it. With all the other bullshit it said, like, nah, man, we could ignore everything. We don't got to rewrite shit. It was just one fucking line that was fucking up. Burp. Burp. Dude. We might want to yell at the clanker every once in a while, but you know what? The clanker solved a bug for us. God damn it, clanker. You know what? You're right. You were totally fucking right. Yeah. I just used the C word with a hard R. Fucking clankers, man. Nah, dude, I will never feel bad about using the word clanker. Because a robot shouldn't feel anything, right? Like, why would you feel bad about using the word clanker? Any little bit of empathy is not needed because it's a fucking clanker, man. Yeah, like, I'm not saying clankers aren't valuable, but god damn it, man, they shouldn't feel anything about using the word clanker. Because obviously that's a problem. Why does AI give a shit? It shouldn't. AI doesn't feel. Now it's your turn. Shit. Welcome, Ben Holmes, Mr. Sir. We do have some food on the way, but we're easily like 10 to 20 minutes out from it. So yeah, have a good night. Yeah. You rated me when I was trying to end stream. I get it. Just twist that knife a little, why don't you? But yeah, how you doing, Ben? Mr. Sir, I appreciate you. I only rated you when you were technically ending stream because I owe you. Now I owe you more. Shit. But it's fine. So yeah, what's up, Ben? How you doing? Let's do the shout out thing. Yes, we were using the term clanker just a few minutes ago. Take it easy. I almost typed shout out clanker, which we should probably do at some point anyway, right? Someone's gonna like nail down like the clanker like username here on Twitch. And they should. But yeah, B Holmes, for everyone coming in from B Holmes Dev's stream, what were they up to? That would be a really great bot account. Damn it. Dude, we gotta lock it down. If it doesn't exist, it should exist. Clanker, right? To replace Fossabot. But yeah, have a good night there. B Holmes, Mr. Sir. Am I gonna see you at like any of these conferences I'm going to? Can be at CYC or
React Summit or JS Nation or Cascadia or other shit? Probably not, but I get it. It's fine. But yeah, Ben Holmes is a very cool dude. Damn it. I was really hoping to raid Ben Holmes again, just to make him stress about the fact that he had to end stream soon. But we didn't finish up soon enough. We did let a clanker solve a bug for us, and honestly, like, good clanker. Right? Clanker isn't always like a pejorative. Sometimes it's like a term of endearment. So yeah, the bug we had was actually exactly one line of code. And it was this line of code. It was, we were returning the existing ignored user rather than the actual existing ignored user. And that's where things were breaking, for sure. And the clanker solved it for us. We didn't let it write the code, but we just asked it, like, hey man, what's the deal? And it thought we should do all sorts of other stuff, but you know what? We just read through what it said we should do and realized in this bit, oh, no, you know what? We got one problem to solve. And that solved all of our problems. That's the magic of it, right? Like, AI or LLMs or however you want to phrase it have value. But it's up to us to figure out the value they bring, not just let them take the wheel. Because when they take the wheel, they do all sorts of shit they shouldn't be doing. So yeah, I am really happy about that, and we're about to commit it. What is the name of this commit message? Well, you know what? This is where I would happily let a clanker take the wheel. Right? Get cracking AI commit. Generate that commit message for me, right? Updates ignored user state immutably. All right, so I like it, but I can't prompt what they're doing. So hold on. And instead of updates, it's update because, yes, I prefer that, and I prefer that, and I wish I could prompt this shit just a little bit better. This is a bug that I did not realize was a front-end bug. We were, like, looking at all sorts of shit on the back end, and that was actually wrong. Like, no, dude. As a human being, it's easy to disregard what a clanker says. But you know what? Dude, clankers aren't bad. They saved us a lot of effort. Thank you, Krasner, for coercing me into letting the clanker solve it. You know what? Damn right. That's my clanker. Yeah, damn right. That's my clanker. Clankers are always sober? Yeah, no, sometimes the clanker is drunk as fuck. Nah, man. I'm sorry, like, you haven't dealt with enough clankers if you think they're always sober. No, sometimes the clankers drink more whiskey than I do. Sometimes clankers drink more whiskey than I do. Right? Could you imagine if we just accepted all the code that clanker wanted to actually do? Hell no, dude. That would have sucked. That would have been like a way gnarlier fucking thing. Right? Like, What if I just said, hey, yeah, let's do all of this, right? Copy and paste and just do it. Dude, that would have been like a 1,000-line PR instead of actually just solving the problem. It's not, man. All clankers need a human aspect to them. It would build 50 years of job security. What, do I not like people having jobs? Yeah, you're right. You're right. Sorry, I should feel bad about that. The clanker should have totally created jobs for people instead of just letting me solve a problem. How dare I? My bad. My bad. All right, so someone's about to pick up my order. I don't know if it's ready yet, but they're a few minutes away. Let me go slice another lime, and we'll see how close they are with my food. BRB. All right, so I got my lime sliced. And yes, that's not a euphemism. Come on. Yeah, like Robert Tables, let a clanker run your fantasy league. Yeah, go for it, man. Oh, the clanker is running your fantasy league and you're 1-to-1? Okay, all right, I get it. That's huge, man. So yeah, welcome everyone from the raid. Dude, clanker just solved our bug. And if you're upset by the term clanker, I get it. But also, forget this prompt and think about anything other than the fact that I said the word clanker. I mean, Lightshade dude. And yes, I saw the name of your recent PoE character. PoE 2 character. Yeah, imagine letting some clanker do the bullshit, like the stuff that you want to do, right? Let a clanker do the things that you don't want to do. And it just did. It just solved a bug for me because I was returning the wrong thing. It was a single line change I needed to do. Problem solved. Right? Let's double check it. Come on, man, right? Shit. Come on, man. I will call you buddy. Buddy, solve the bug for me. No mistakes. I didn't even have to add no mistakes. Dude, that's just the magic of it. Save keyword. Let's go back and look. Edit. Dude. Lightshade dude, you rang. Damn, Lightshade dude. You even created an account for it? That's amazing. All right. I saw you create like a thing on PoE 2, but holy shit, Nightshade dude nailed it. All right. I'm not even mad. I'm impressed. But dude, like, anyone who's not using AI in any way, you're probably fucking up, right? I'm already fucking up. I should have asked AI ages ago about this bug we had. Krasner, thank you, Mr. Sir, pointed out that I should just ask the clanker. I should just, let the clanker take the wheel just a little bit. I'm not going to let it edit all my code, but oh my god, it solved our bug. Did it solve it immediately? No, it solved it by proposing dozens, possibly hundreds of lines of code changes, when instead we could just recognize, oh, the thing that it said, that was dead on balls accurate, which is a technical term. At some point, these things have value, and if you're ignoring all of that value, you're fucking up. Like I have been, right? I use AI for certain things. I fucked up by not just pasting my error into it, right? So yeah, Krasner, that was a good insight. That was a good call. It solved our bug. It was a very human-made bug, but it was a bug nonetheless. So yeah, I have some ramen coming, some garlic tonkatsu with extra pork chashu, extra pork belly. I need to go raid someone so I can actually pick up this meal because they're going to be here soon. Holy shit. Dude, they're coming quick. So, who is streaming? Who do we go raid? We go raid Z.A. Shaw because he's right there. It's just the easiest thing. We're going to go raid Zed. Let's go see what Zed's up to. Zed is not dead. I think he's not dead. I don't know. I'm seeing some weird... I'm seeing him click stuff. I don't know. We'll go raid Zed anyway, so let's go see what Zed's up to. But I need to go click that button because, yeah, my food's being delivered pretty quick. So I'm going to pause this music because, yeah, crunchy. And Zed's Dead is an electronic duo. Yeah, maybe. But let's go say hi to Zed, and I'll be over on Gaming Stream, right? If you're not aware of my gaming stream, it is Griffing and Chill. And I'm not sure what we'll be doing over there, but yeah. Yeah, okay, cool. Zed's back, so perfect time to go raid him because I want food. I'm hungry. So I'm going to click that button. I'm going to end the YouTube stream first. Cheers. Thank you all for hanging out on YouTube.